That dream has to build you. That dream has to build you. Can I ask you a question? Everybody say question. If there was a way that I could say how great you could be, would you listen to me? If you wanted to listen to me for just a minute, say I. Ah, good. Okay, here's another question. Everybody say question. If there was a price that you could pay that would give you the life that you seek, would you pay that price? If you wanted to pay the price to achieve your goals and dreams, say I. Say I. Say I. Ooh, all right, we're coming, okay. Last question. Everybody say question. If there was some work that you could do, would you roll up the sleeves? Now you know the work is on you. If you were to go to work for your goals and dreams, say I. And if there was a promise of silver and gold, of pleasures and treasures and fortunes untold, would you do what it takes? Would you do what it takes no matter how tough? And would you dare never quit when the going gets rough? Would you do what it takes? Would you build something great? Would you let it build you? You have a dream, you have a goal, there's something else you must do. Do what it takes. Because as you're building that dream has to build you. That dream has to build you. That dream has to build you.
I am called habit. I am called habit. Habit is my name. I am called habit. It has been said that everything begins with the way that you choose to think. Your thinking will impact your words. Frequent used words will impact your actions. Continuous actions, they'll develop your habits. I am called habit. Who am I? The poet said, who am I? I am your constant companion. Called habit. I'm your greatest helper, and I'm your heaviest burden. I can lift you upward, or I can drag you down to failure. If you teach me to do a thing repeatedly, I'll be sure to do it automatically. I am easily managed, but you must be firm. I am called habit. Habit is my name. Those who are great, I have made great. Those who are failures, I have made failures. I am called habit. I am not a machine. I am not a machine. Yet I operate with the precision of a machine, yet the intelligence of a human being. I am called habit. Habit is my name. Habit. Teach me and train me. If you teach me and train me, I will lay the work at your feet. If you're easy with me, I promise, I will destroy you. Run me for profit. You can run me for profit, or you can run me for ruin. It makes no difference to me. Who am I? I am called habit. Habit is my name. You show me how a person will think, and I will show you how they will respond and act. Who am I? I am called habit. Who am I? I am called habit. You can create your new reality. In life, nobody hits rock bottom. You only hit rock foundation. So with that premise, let's build a solid foundation. Something we can build upon, stand upon, live upon. Remember, as you build that foundation, then your falls will be shorter. They'll have less impact. Whether we win or whether we lose, it is the continuum of doing things over and over and over that dictates whether we win
Well, good morning, and good morning, and happy Saturday to you. Today is November is it the ninth? Yes, I think it is. Yes, it's the ninth. Yes. Well, my name is Sir Dr. James Dentley. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy that you all are here. We have more and more folks coming. Having a great, exciting day for you. Planned. Please have a pen, paper, and take some copious notes. Hopefully, we're going to give you something that's going to impact you, inspire you, enlighten you, inform you. And, doing these events now for over 3 decades, is I always get a joy and get a chance to share, but also hearing the other speakers and taking notes as well, because I'm also a student, even though I'm going to be the guide for today. I love being a student. I love learning. I love growing. And today, we have some incredible people that are going to be speaking to you from everything from how to create breakthroughs in your life and how to operate with intention to your marketing and really how to become that master in your marketing as well, and different tools and things that you can use. And we'll talk a little bit about the power of AI as well. Well, today is really about building your future from the future. And I'm going to kick it off and really talk about that. So, if you don't mind, I'm going to spend a few minutes with a short commercial and let you know about some things that are coming up. And I'll be repeating some of this during the course of this day. Now, don't forget that part two is next Saturday. And if you're already registered for this one, you automatically have a registration for next Saturday as well at the same exact time. Invite all of your friends to participate. We have a great sponsor that has paid for a lot of tickets. So that's pretty cool. So now you can get in there and don't have to pay the other fee. And go ahead and register again if you haven't registered. And but we'll automatically get you the links that you need. But if you register again, we'll make sure that we have the links that you'll need to be able to enter without any challenges. 2026 is coming. Wow. Mm. Whew. It's right here. And I always talk to people around this time of the year that in this quarter, even September, you're preparing for 2026 for that next upcoming year to put things in position with an action plan and doing the work, but not just in your business, but in every aspect of your life. That we look at each year is like we want to do a little bit better. Of course, we make our New Year's resolutions, as some call them resolutions, right? Stop smoking, stop drinking, lose weight, make more money, get better relationships, all those things. We're here to kind of support all those things, all the objectives. How do you really move into a strong goal achievement? And now we have things lined up for next year that I'm really excited about. Not only do we have, I believe, five different Inspired to Speak action camps, 4-day camps, and they're going to be in 3 different cities in 2026. So I'm really excited about that, to move it around a little bit. We have 3 in Chicago. The first one will be March. I think it's March 12th through the 15th. We're going to be live in Chicago. We have 3 days virtual before you come, and then we have 4 days live. And it's really not just going to be about speaking, but how to communicate with everything in the universe. How do you kind of tap in? How do you get into that space, that zone where everything just begins to flow from you, and people can not only hear you, but they can feel you, that you learn how to take people on a journey within themselves that they can never go on by themselves, that you'll be that guide. Different ways to read books where you can anchor and keep points and help improve your memory. We have improv as well to help you get really comfortable, overcome the fear and the anxiety of getting in front of the room. If you ever got in front of a room and you felt stuck, or you got kind of lost, or you had so much anxiety, or you weren't moving people. So we're going to talk about the psychology of high-level communication, even on a cellular level. How do you take the energy from what's inside of you and transmit it through everyone in the audience to touch people, because you understand exactly not only how the brain works, but you know what you're doing, and that everything is intentional, is very intentional, that you'll get the outcomes that you desire. When you're in your classrooms, that you'll get people to want to learn. If you're in corporate, that you can teach the proper culture that you want, to get people to want to be there, to want to operate within that culture, to be a part of something that's even bigger than themselves. In a relationship, in your families, that you can operate with joy and laughter
and growth and learning and understanding, and also with the honor of not just speaking but listening, because let's face it, 57% of communication is nonverbal. So definitely want to do that. So if you're interested in being part of the camp, register at inspiredtospeak.com, or you can simply go to I2S at 26786. Just type in I2S at 26786, and you can go from there. Again, we have a great lineup for you. I can't wait to invite these speakers, but I do want to share with you other things we're doing, because there's more. Right now we're down to the wire. We have only 5 cabins left available for our mastermind at sea, and we're going to Alaska next September. Next September, we're going to Alaska. You're going to have a full page in the directory. You're going to get a chance to share with everyone that's in the group about what it is you do, and putting together the foundation that they can support you as well as you share and empower them and enlighten them. They will also enlighten you. We're going to have a very interesting exercise that I'm going to challenge everyone with on the boat, and you'll never be the same from that standpoint. So if you're a speaker, author, a coach, maybe you are a trainer, maybe you're an entrepreneur, this is going to be for you, because we want to help everybody achieve their goals and dreams, and even beyond their understanding of the realization that they have right now. So that's going to be in I think the 3rd week of September, maybe the 2nd week of September, 7 days in Alaska. We're going to put that up. Matter of fact, it's on the screen right now. You can get that information. I'll be talking about these things as we go. But you know what? I'm really excited. Limitless TV. We're launching limitlesshealth.tv next year. And we'll have Limitless TV, but then we're going to phase into Limitless Health. We'll have both. One will be edutainment, that is designed to inspire and educate you. But then the other is going to be on biohacking. There's a new wave of technology and different ways to become even healthier, to be proactive with our health. All of us know individuals that are struggling with their health, or know that there may be a struggle coming. I'll talk about that a little bit later during the course of the day, where we have put together our executive luncheons. Our luncheon for Wednesday is completely full, so we couldn't put another person in there. We always have pushed everybody in with a compactor. Can't get another person in there, but we'll let you know when we have other luncheons. And they're executive luncheons for collaboration and business growth, and really how to help people achieve their goals and their dreams, because we put all these things together. So as people do well, we can come back together and we can always do good. So we've got those exciting things coming as well. We have a biohacking event. Matter of fact, we have 2 already scheduled, already booked in. And we're going to talk about that a little bit later. But this health and wellness event, just imagine you walk in and you get the chance to sit down and get a massage, or see a chiropractor, get us a real quick adjustment, or get under the infrared lights and rejuvenate your body, or learn about different technologies and different techniques and different things and natural supplements. Meet some real cool people doing some exciting things when it comes to juicing and healthy smoothies and healthy eating, and make healthy eating really exciting, where you would just water for some of these things. So the amount of water is just thinking about some of the things there. And we're going to have some incredible speakers as well. And those speakers are going to educate and talk to us about what you do to become healthy. Stretch lab people. People from every part of health and wellness, and even emotional health as well. And part of hacking is also helping you using technology to move everything you're doing faster, to get it out there better, more innovative ways and new innovative ways to be ahead of the curve in technology. So part of that conference is going to be part of marketing, because last time I checked, our business owners and our health and wellness professionals need to get their word out. So we're going to have some of the best there. We're going to have some incredible speakers there. We're going to be shooting live TV shows in a separate room. VIP will have certain lunches. This is going to be incredible. It's going to be busy. And each and every one of you all will get a chance and have several opportunities to experience the new technologies and make your body feel good while you're in there. So we're going to be announcing those things, and we'll show you how you can register for that, because Black Friday starts today. And we're going to go all the way to Cyber Monday with an early bird, and then we'll move it from there. So we're really excited about that. So I talked about the TV network. Okay, I talked about the luncheon. I'm going to talk to you about LifeWaves, this incredible patch that's just making a big difference in my life. I just discovered something 2 days ago that just literally blew me away. So And then the cruise, we have a lot of fun together. We only have 5 cabins left. So if you're interested in that, you'll get that information as well. But I want to move on, and I want to start talking about what does it mean to build your future from the future? What is that all about? You know, most of the time we're building our future from the past. We're here and we want to figure out how to get from there. But if you look at high performers, the people who play at the highest level, that's actually how they create massive change. When I woke up this morning, I often listen to once I go into meditation and get myself centered, I was listening to a program. They were talking about Elon Musk and how he has been offered a deal through Tesla where he can actually become a trillionaire. Now, I've been saying this for a year that we have 7 individuals in this country that in the next 5 to 7 years, they'll be trillionaires. Man, $1 trillion is 1,000 billion. A billion is 1,000 million. So our focus, our goal is not about driving towards money. It's not that. The Bible says that it's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than a rich person to go to heaven. Well, if you look at it as a needle and a camel, that's not going to happen. So what it really means is that needle is illustrate a gateway to a city. And the camel can get through the gateway, but the camel first had to bow down, to humble themselves, to get a perspective. Because if you look at what's happening today, and with technology, driverless trucks and 18-wheelers on the road, what is the name of that? They call it the Halo or something like that, the driverless cars, the Ubers and Lyfts. A driver, they already have them out in California. They're already in Vegas. They're already in Atlanta. They'll be in Chicago this year. You'll see that. You can just go anywhere in major cities and see these robots just driving out, just going on the street with your food. So if you order some Uber Eats, it'll be a little robot. It'll just be driving around a little box. And, in Chicago, I wonder, will they take this? Somebody try to take the box. I doubt it. We'll see. They'll be able to find it for sure. But, technology, man, right now, even in health and wellness, not only in the United States, but China is really big on this, that they have robots that are now performing surgery now, and their success rate is higher than actual surgeons. So many people are being moved around, shuffled around, have to retool themselves. Amazon announced that 600,000 individuals won't be working with Amazon. They won't be hiring more people. And matter of fact, some people have to go, but they're actually offering programs where people can go and get training on how to operate and to repair the robots, because the robots are just more efficient. Robots. This is coming up really, really quickly. And I want you just to think about it. Use your imagination. It's not about fear, or it's not about anxiety, or what's going to happen to my job, or the job of someone I care about, I depend upon, or I don't know if I'm ready for all of these changes. Look, guys, we're just talking about getting ready to be ready, to get ready, to be ready, to stay ready, and just ready. Because when you talk about building your future from the future, most people build their future from their past. They operate from who they have been all their life, what they have done, and what they think is possible. What do you really believe is possible? And that's what keeps people stuck. So if a person takes an evaluation of their life and says, look, I'm in the same place today as I was this date last year. It means for the last 12 months, you're kind of stuck. Now, it's not always your fault, it's your responsibility, because before the laws of attraction even apply, there's the laws of awareness. What do you see? What do you see in the midst of darkness, of trials, of debt, of anxiety, of the loss of a job, of all the things that are taking place in all of our cities where people are being snatched out of daycares, out of schools, and out of churches, and never to be seen again, and their family is just there. Can you imagine that? Well, we can create the life we want to live. We can create our own reality. And if we do enough of that, if enough of us get together quietly but effectively with great impact, we can impact this world. We can impact this world and live a little bit better, become better citizens, better neighbors, better fathers and mothers, and spouses and significant others, relationship-wise, parents, siblings. Perhaps we can be just a little bit better. So what does your future look like? Van Gogh once said that I dreamed of my painting, and then I painted my dream. So building the future from the future means reversing that direction. So let me start with this. Um, let's say I have only just a minute. Each has 60 seconds in it. It was forced upon me. I can't refuse it. I did not seek it and I did not choose it. But now it's up to me, only me, to use it. I will suffer if I lose it. I will be held in account if I abuse it. Because every little minute has eternity wrapped up in it. Dr. Benjamin E. May. So, how do we reverse that direction? What can I do based upon where I'm at? Instead of asking that question, what can I do based on where I'm at? I got to take care of this first. It's not the right time. I need the timing right. I say we reverse the question and we say, ask this: who must I be in the future I want? So if you got a pen and paper, write that down. Who must I be in the future I want? Not based on what can I do based on where I'm at, because most people are ready till they're ready to the star and the moons line up and the timing is perfect and the kids are grown. There's a lot, all that stuff. But the people get it done. They say, who must I be in the future that I want? And then you start acting like that person right now. The core idea is to define, first of all, and write this down. Number one, define your future identity. It's not a goal. It's not a goal. A version of yourself. What do you want to create? In 3 years, I am a respected leader, financially free, and in great health, empowering others. That's a good one. Okay. So you're defining a version of you in the future today. So write this down. In 3 years, in 1 year, 2 years, not 5. Let's do no more than 3. In 1 year, in 2 years. Well, we're going to accelerate everything. So let's go like this, because I'm playing with you too. In 1 year, I am a respected leader, financially free, and in great health, empowering others. Now, I remember, I had walked away from my job back in January 13th of 1995. I had made $1 million twice before that, one in the late 70s, early 80s, and I lost that. And then one in the late 80s, early 90s, and I lost that. So I found out how to make it, just didn't find out how to keep it, right? Until much later, and still learning and growing, how to make money, have babies, But I remember before I joined this company called Total Life Changes, 2013, before they approached me, I was about $400,000 in debt. Didn't know how I was going to do it. I was going to file bankruptcy, and a friend talked me out of it. And he simply said, you can pay it. And I'm thinking, like, how? He said, looked at me with confidence, said, you can pay it. And within 1 year, well, let's say this, honestly, but not only was it paid off in 1 year, but within 18 months, I was $1 million up. So let's just say in 3 years, I'm a respected leader, financially free, and great health, empowering others. I'm going to share with you some of the things that I've done, I've seen, I've heard from the people I've interviewed, the friends I have in my base, the people in my mastermind, and everybody has a story. And some stories that we hear about from scores of achievers throughout history that we really don't pay a lot of attention to. So I'm going to bring that back up to the surface. We're going to put that in your crock pot, and we're going to stir it. So in 1 year, you're stating that you are a respected leader. And if you're already a respected leader, I'm even more respected. I'm even more financially successful. And I am even in better health, even greater health. And I am empowering others. Number 2, step into the identity right now. We are building your future from your future. So now we have to think like that person. So now you have to play a little game with yourself and use that great tool, that great powerful thing that makes everything in the universe work, and that's called your imagination. 80% of your life is driven by your subconscious. We operate on habits and hobby and rituals, and we just keep doing it over and over and over. We're just built in because conformity is the enemy. Okay, we just do it. We don't think about it. We just do stuff. This is what we do, right? Okay, and then 15% is driven by your conscious mind. That's very intentional. But 5% is the power, and that is your imagination. So think like that person today. So if you're successful, and I say, I am respected leader, how would you sit? I am financially free. How would you feel? Would you feel calm and comfortable? Would your spirit be relaxed? You're in great health. How would you sit up? And if you're empowering others, how would you feel? Sense of gratitude. Think like that person. The best way to learn how to think like that person is to read books. That's why I wrote the book, the Five Frequencies of High Performance. That's a great book for you. Think and Grow Rich is a great book for you. What makes the great great? Stories and poems and principles of success, scores of achievers, and what they did and how they snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. So think like that person today. Speak like that person. How would that person speak? That's why I love training speakers. When you invest your time and spend 4 days with us, oh, you're going to speak a little bit different. It's going to come. I'm going to teach you how to get that power voice, how to breathe a little different. Decide like that person. I remember when I was living in Atlanta, I was with a company called ACN, and they had 5 incredible founders. One was named Greg, Robert, Mike and Tony, and JD, right? One was very analytical. One was the inspiring person of the group. He inspired people. He gave everybody hope. The other one was a business person. And the other one was mindset. And the other twin was training. That was their expertise. We would walk in a room, myself and my other 2 compadres, Mr. Ken and Mr. Mike. And we would walk in and say, okay, you're going to be Robert. Robert's going to be the heart, but he's the one that's not going to play. He's going to come at you. He's going to tell you what you need to hear, whether you like it or not. That's Robert. You be Greg. Greg is going to inspire you. He's going to love all on you. He's going to impact you in a way that you just want to become better. And you become JD. That means you're going to be the analytical one. You're going to talk about analytics. You're going to talk about the facts. Or if you're going to be Tony, you're going to be a master trainer. If you're going to be Mike, you're going to have the mindset. We knew it to a T because we learn how to be like them. The best way to do that is to model them. You can go get documentaries on people who are successful in the areas that you admire or you feel good about or that resonate for you. And then you get information. Because when you're getting information, now you're creating the awareness needed to step into the identity. Because if you don't know what it looks like, how can you step in it? And not when conditions are perfect right now. Most people are waiting to wait. And next thing you know, a year goes by, they haven't done it. 2 years go by, they still haven't done it. 3 years go by, and this time they're really going to do it. They do everything to prepare for it. It's like you go grocery shopping for everything needed to create a meal. You got all the fixings. You made out a list. You got your recipes. You even got all the pots and pans, and now you got them out and ready. You might even preheat the oven, but you never put anything in, and you're never cooking. You're waiting to wait. When Thanksgiving comes, Thanksgiving is the day you decide. You can give thanks every day. Christmas, you look at it, it's a day. Okay, Christmas can be every day. You can celebrate the birth of Christ anytime you want, and you can give gifts, and you can be in the spirit of giving every single day. So step into a new identity because conformity, again, is the enemy. So number 1, define your future identity. Number 2, step into that identity today. Okay. Number 3, let that identity dictate your actions. When you step into that identity, then you have to act like that. If your future wouldn't settle, then stop settling. People tell me that they're priceless, but they settle for $50,000 a year. People tell me that they can't be bought, but somebody buys them in corporate America for $35,000 or $100,000 a year. Yeah, it's got to be an alignment. See, things work when they are in agreement. So if your future self wouldn't settle, you already drafted out who the future self is. You step into that identity. You've identified it. You got clarity. Now, let that identity dictate the actions. Get in alignment. If your future self wakes up early and trains, then you do it. If your future self invests in relationships, then you do it right now. Your identity will drive your behavior, not the other way around. See, most people, their behavior creates their identity. If you steal, you're a thief, right? You're a really nice person. Oh, this is a beautiful person to be around. Lovely, great personality. See, a lot of people look at it that way, but your identity drives your behavior. So when you understand the identity that you're creating for the universe, now does your identity and who you're being drive your behavior to get you to where you want to be? Because it's not about where you want to be, it's who you want to become. So your identity will drive the behavior, okay? So I want you to write this now. Let's have some exercise, have some fun. Okay, Let's say in 1 year from now, and describe in detail, okay, the version of me, write this down, the version of me 1 year from now is, the version of me 1 year from now is, now in detail, what personality will you have 1 year from now? What habits will you have 1 year from now that you can live now? Begin right now. The future is now. The present, past, every time we get there is gone already. Okay? Presence and the past, so we acknowledge it. And if we don't, it's still in the past. It's always the future. What habits do you have right now? The finances, the version of me financially right now, my relationships right now, my health right now. What's my leadership presence right now? And then I want you to answer 3 questions. Okay? So the version of me 1 year from now, or 2 years or 3, but 1 year from now, play with it when we're done today. Answer 3 questions. And the first question is, what does that version of me no longer do? What does that version of you no longer do? You created a new reality. You decided on a new identity. You're acting into the identity. So what does that version of me no longer do? You can't say when I get on the other side of money, I will no longer do this. No, you no longer do this. And you'll get on the other side of money because you're in alignment. See, you can't say I want a loving relationship and say, okay, well, as soon as this relationship straightens out, as soon as I get divorced or this and that. No, you must declare a thing. Thou shalt decree a thing. It shall then be established unto you, and it will then accomplish where it had to been sent. So number 1, what does that version of you no longer do? Number 2, what does that version of you always do? I love it. I love it. What does that version of you no longer do? And what does that version of you always do? And what's the one thing I can begin right now to act in alignment, in agreement? In my book, I talk about the 12 laws of agreement. What's the one thing you can begin right today, this day, to act in alignment? And you do that one thing consistently. You know, successful people will do consistently what people who are not successful do occasionally or never get to it because they're always waiting. As if you have time. David says in the Bible, I'm only one step from this being all over. No one knows the moment or the hour. What's the use of all your waiting, wishing, and whining? None of us can add an hour to our life. But can we live it today? If you simply see it, choose it, and become it before it arrives, then you'll be in preparation for it, in alignment with it. And then you can ride that wave along in harmony with it. Okay. The world eventually will adjust and match whatever you desire to be. You know, if you desire to stay in trouble, the world's going to match trouble to you. So we're going to talk about building the future from the future. And let's say that future version of you, let's say it's a powerful, respected leader that inspires others, earns great income, earns a lot of money, and has peace and present. Okay. Versus saying, well, one day I'll become that person. You start making decisions as if you are already that person right now. You say, one day I'll become that person. Someday I'll become that person. Yeah. Yeah, there's a road called one day, another road called someday. They end up in another road called nowhere. One day starts today. So how would that leader speak? I'm going to talk about during the course of the day, in and out, about speaking. Next week, I'll really go a little deeper in that. But that's why we have the Inspire to Speak program, not just a 4-day event, but we also have a virtual event for people who can't afford the time off or can't afford it financially. We have the virtual training. And the virtual training is so impactful. You don't have the personal interaction and energy. And of course, certain things we can't do, but all the information is going to be there, plus. So when you learn that, you learn, because not only in speaking how to communicate, but it's also leadership. How would that leader speak? You're in front of the room, man. You're a leader. Yeah. How would that leader handle different challenges? How would the leader The future me, how would I handle challenges? Everything's all right now. Everything I want, I have it. It's on the way, just waiting for the paperwork to catch up. How would that leader treat their body, their time, and their relationships? Interesting. Yeah, I had to own that one, man. Yeah, how would I treat that, man? I had to get up and start moving and working out and doing stuff. You live from the future, not towards the future, but from the future. Yeah. There's scores of achievers that had adversity. We all have them. Jim Rohn said it's not the blowing of the wind, it's a set of the sail, because he says the wind blows on us all. But you can name scores of people who had incredible adversities, thought they were going to lose everything. Jeff Bezos had a 70% chance of losing it all. He borrowed money from his family members. He's one of the wealthiest people on the planet Earth. Mark Zuckerberg couldn't make friends. He was a really awkward guy. He started Facebook, and now he's got 1 billion of them. It always came from an idea, the thought, then the thing, the mental, then the physical, the inner, and then the outer. Everything comes from the void. Oprah Winfrey, you look at her, she was abused as a child, and look at what she's become today. Colonel Sanders was rejected 1,008 times. What if you'd have quit after the 10th time? You see, most people quit before it's time to win. Write this down. Don't quit before it's time to win. My time's coming. Say that out loud. It's my time. Say it again. Say it's my time. And now say it's my turn. Type it in the chat. It's my time and it's my turn. Type it in the chat. It's my time. It's my turn. Michael Jordan did become the GOAT and then start acting like the GOAT. When he was a rookie, look, he got cut from his high school basketball team. He didn't fold up like a love letter and crumble like a cookie. He was a rookie in North Carolina. He went to the coach and said where he was going to be. And then the coach said, if you're going to be that, then practice like that. Operate like that. Become that. When he's a rookie, he said, I always saw myself in the best in the league before he got to the league. And the league never saw him. They never heard of him. They heard about him in college. But he declared himself not a player in the league, the best in the league. And he trained like the future version of himself. Kobe Bryant copied and modeled the exact same thing. When I'm telling you about modeling, and he had the same outcome. And everybody thought they were crazy because they're going partying and he's in the gym. They come back from partying, he's going to the gym again. And they're going to take a nap. And then when they go to the gym, he's back to the gym a third time. And that's what the elite do. They do the things today that others won't do, and they have the things tomorrow that others won't have. He didn't ask. He said, what can I do based on where I am? He didn't ask that question. What can I do based on where I'm at? He asked, how does the greatest player in the history of the world practice? How do they operate? And he did that. His identity drove his behavior. His behavior created the results, not the other way around. Oprah Winfrey abuses a child, poverty, says she'd never be anything, but she says something really, really impactful and crucial. Says, I was always becoming who I already was. Oh, that's deep. I was always becoming who I already was. She had a stage and she acted from the identity. I am the voice that helps people to heal. So what did she do? She learned to listen. Most people don't feel heard. So if you listen to someone, you're saying, I appreciate you, I value you, because I want to listen to you. So she listened deeply. She studied human behavior. She spoke like someone with purpose and with dignity, and she didn't fold. Even before she became ultra famous, she lived from the future that she chose. Yeah. You see, the way you do little things is the way you do everything. You can tell the future if you're going to write it. People can tell the future. If you see a kid outside the window and he's always running, he's on the track team. And every time you look out the window, they're running. That kid's running. And you hear the kid sprain their ankle, but 2 days later, they're back out there running. It's raining. That kid's running. It's snow on the ground. They got boots and a skull cap. They're running. It's a rainstorm, man. They're running. You would say that person's going to be a champion. This is what they do. They discovered who they are. And you work into it. You work into it. Our son is 13 years old. He's declared that he is a world champion in chess. He declared that he's going to be the first African-American child to become a grandmaster. There's one gentleman who's Jamaican, but he wants to be the youngest. He wants to be the first black man in America, American black man, to become a chess master. Every day he plays chess. He comes down, he shows me the moves. He discovers new things. He was talking to a grandmaster the other day and got some more pointers. He's starting to win all these great chess masters. And you know what? When he goes to play them, everybody in there is from Japan and from the Philippines and from China and from Russia, all over there. And here he sits. And they're all ages. He's 13, they're 60. And he's getting them. And he's winning cash prizes because he's acting the day. See, he didn't just say, I want to do it. He embodied himself in it. You can tell the future if you're willing to write it. Young man named Andre, he wanted to become a successful entrepreneur, but he didn't come from wealth. He was only making $14 an hour. But he didn't say, once I make the money, I'll think and act like I'm successful. I'll be a successful businessman once I make the money. He flipped it on his head. He said, what do successful businessmen do daily? What do successful business women do daily? And he found out that they read every day. Leaders are readers. They know their stuff. That they built strong networks. They got out their comfort zone. They found out where successful people were. They went to events to hear them. And then they met other people who wanted to hear them that were in alignment with becoming them. They invested in themselves. Oh my goodness. One more person tells me I can't afford it, but I'm going to choke them. I used to be homeless, sleeping in the car. You can't afford it. You can't afford not to. You must do it. Invest in yourself. Carry yourself with confidence. Don't be afraid of a number, because you get hung up in a number and you paralyze yourself. So act with confidence. So he acted like that version of himself in that moment. That right now, before I get it, I am that. He began to dress sharper. He started attending events, even when he had to save money to go. I remember my mentor told me to go study with Tony Robbins. I didn't even own a car. But as soon as I got some money, I invest $5,000 to go see Tony Robbins in the 90s, okay, by 1995 in San Diego, California. Stayed in a cheap hotel and taxied back and forth, okay? I spent my last $5,000. I didn't even own a car. But my mentor told me I needed to go, and I so wanted to be successful. Someone was telling me what to do, and I wasn't going to make excuses. He spoke and introduced himself with confidence as if he belonged there. Put yourself there. In 2 years, he became one of the top leaders in the consulting arena in this country. He began to mentor others, and he became exactly who he envisioned himself to be. Now, I'm going to tap in this off and on as I go through the day. I'm going to keep bouncing back and forth because the theme is building your future from your future. But first, ye be transformed by renewing of your what? Of your mind. Okay? It's the middle thing first. So we're going to start there. And then we're going to bounce back and kind of bounce back and forth with everything else. Look, in about a minute, I'm going to bring before you a speaker, a young lady I have a tremendous amount of respect for. She is an international speaker and a business coach. She's the founder of the Royal Empowerment Group and the CEO of Royal Influencer Organization. This lady is absolutely dynamic. She's a dynamic entrepreneur, certified Toastmaster speaker, business coach, and author with over 25 years of leadership experience in the corporate world. Originally from Miami, Florida, she now resides in Atlanta, Georgia, where she continues to inspire and empower individuals to live their best life. So we're going to take a short commercial, and I'm going to pop onto the screen Ramona Rogers, and she's going to just blow your mind with a lot of great impact. I'm going to be taking a lot of copious notes, man. I advise you to take some notes. So let's go on the other side. Let's watch this commercial, and I'll be right back with the amazing Ramona Rogers.
Attention, speakers, coaches, authors, entrepreneurs, and sales professionals. Discover the secret to mastering communication. Psychology for impactful storytelling, marketing, and branding mastery. Unlock the keys to transforming lives. Learn from the world's #1 master communications expert, Baron Sir Dr. James Dentley III. Master crafting your signature talk for success. Your message will become the heartbeat of your audience. We at Inspired to Speak don't believe in get-rich-quick programs. We believe in hard work, adding value, and serving others. And that's what our programs are designed to help you do. Share your story and message. Create a powerful experience. Overcome fear and stand in your power. Learn the psychology of communication and wow your audience every time. Learn this and much, much more from the master of storytelling. For the first time, Inspired to Speak combines the power of JD3 TV's AI TV celebrity channel strategy with the #1 speaker training program in the world. Become a better trainer, coach, and professional speaker. Register today to enhance your commercial communication skills. You're closer than you think.
There are some amazing bridges in the world, but why are they so important? Is it their structure, design, beauty? Or is it that they close the chasm that separates, bringing us together? We bridge the gap in providing education, training, and economic development to build the capacity and accommodate underserved children, seniors, and veterans. It is the personal mission of co-founders Dr. James Dentley and his wife, Dr. Cara Scott Dentley, to empower people around the world in creating change and spreading good. Because in a world where walls divide us, bridges stand to connect us.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome to the stage the incredible woman who's been so gracious to have me on all her events. I know she has something coming up very soon. I want to support everything she does because it's absolutely wonderful and the best in class. Ramona Rogers, hello, how are you?
Hello, James. How are you? I am well.
Super fantastic. I've been playing with this, living the future and building the future from the future, man.
I love it. I was here for the entire thing, and I have pages of notes myself. So note takers are the money makers, right?
Fantastic, outstanding. Well, there you go. I'm going to turn it over to you. I actually gave you 3 more of my minutes, so just take this time and go. We do a little Q&A if you're done early, but go ahead and take it away.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ramona Rogers, CEO of Royal Influence Organization.
Thank you again, James, Sir Dr. Baron James Dentley, as well as I want to definitely give credit and love to Baron and Dr. Cara Dentley, as well as Denise, who is doing a phenomenal job putting these phenomenal, impactful events together. So I am excited. I love this time of year, by the way, for starters. Towards the end of the year, the last quarter, everybody knows that, right? Or have heard it at least. The fourth quarter is when the games are won. So we are here to win. And if you are connected in any way, shape, or form, whether it be that it's your first James Dentley event that you're attending right now, or whether you have attended some of the other events like the Limitless Women event as well, that Dr. Baron Cara Dentley is the co-founder of, where I have definitely had the privilege of speaking and impacting and inspiring others as well on. You guys are in for a treat. If you guys come to these events without paper, I am going to ask you to ask yourself, are you really serious about who you are, who you're becoming, and where you're going? Those are questions that you must ask yourself if you come to events like this one or like these, and you come unprepared, just with your cup of coffee or your cup of tea and just listening. Because we don't want what you're getting ready to receive today to become shelf help. We don't want you to take this information, listen to it while you're here, and then walk away unchanged, unmoved, uninspired, unmotivated. And I'm going to give you some tools today that's going to help you change that paradigm. So that is exactly what I will be focusing on today. And what you're going to hear is a lot of pieces and tidbits of what you just heard Sir Dr. James Dentley share with you guys as well. But we're going to go a little bit deeper, just a little bit deeper. So I encourage each and every one of you to get out of your comfort zone, to sit up a little straighter, to get not just one, or 2 pieces of paper out, but get your notebook out and lean in, lean forward, and be open-minded enough to receive this information, and not just receive this information, but now apply this information and turn it from self or shelf help to self-help. Because I have news for you guys. Nobody is coming to save you. Nobody is coming to save you. So it is incumbent upon you to not just show up for yourself, but take all of this value, all of these nuggets, all of these gems, put them down on paper. And while you are also taking the notes, you want to apply the notes in your notes, apply the notes that you're taking to your real life situation, your real life problem, your current challenges, whatever your challenges might be. So what you do is you write down all of these challenges at the beginning of this event. Like right now, it'd be a perfect, write down a couple of challenges that you're having right now in your business. And then write down a couple of challenges that you're having in your personal life as well. Like maybe in your thought process, maybe in your thinking. Remember, I did tell you we're going to go 8 levels deep today. We're going to get down to the nitty gritty. We don't want you, my goal today, and I know for a fact, without a shadow of a doubt, James's goal from that masterclass, phenomenal masterclass that he just gave you guys, is definitely not to have you walk out of this event, the 10x impact, creating your future from your future event, the same you walked in. And in fact, you should walk out of an event the same way that you walked in. The reason why you should never want to do so is because you want to always, not sometimes, but always move with intention in your personal life as well as in your business. So why are we talking about both? Why am I mentioning your personal life and your business? Because what is showing up in your business is going to show up in your personal life. And what shows up in your personal life is going to show up in your business as well. So it is vital. It is absolutely vital that you discover what it is and have awareness of exactly what it is that you need that you don't have. What is it that I need and what is it that I don't have? Because anything that you are building goes through 3 different levels. Instead, you have your launch stage, right? It's no different from a woman having a baby, getting pregnant and having her first child. That's the launch phase, right? It's getting there. It's the launch phase, right? Now it's the building phase. Throughout those 9 months, you're now building. You're getting all of the tools, all of the resources. Maybe you're taking Lamaze classes. Maybe you're learning what to eat, how to eat better, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now buying the proper clothing as your body starts to grow and expand with this new life that you're getting ready to birth. You get it? What goes on in your personal life now happens also in your business. So when you are launching something from this idea, the idea stage, it's that seed that God planted in your heart that I want to do this or X, Y, and Z, or I want to become an entrepreneur. Like many of the 900,000+ women and people that have lost their job recently in the shutdown, they now are focused on little seed that has always been there in the back of their minds while they were doing or working for someone else, creating someone else's life and vision and future, right? That's, I believe Dr. James Dentley mentioned that as well. When we sell ourselves every day for $45,000 a year to build someone else's dream. And we put ours on the back burner. We leave that little seed with no nourishment, with nothing that it needs to grow and flourish into what we know it can become or be to build someone else's dreams. Well, I am here to challenge you today to let you know that the time is now. Just as Sir Dr. James Dentley told us to put in the chat, I'm going to encourage you to put it in the chat again. And I'm also going to encourage you to put some fire emojis. I don't know if you can use emojis on StreamYard, but if you can't, put sevens in the chat right now. 777 in the chat right now. Every single one of you. I saw all of the names. I saw Michael Matthews. We have Andrew in the chat. We have Edgar in the chat. We have, Dr. Fatina Harris in the chat. We have Sherry Bianco in the chat. So, and the list goes on and on and on. Every single one of you should put 777s in the chat. And these sevens are not just numbers edifying Sir Dr. James Dentley. These sevens that you're putting in the chat are edifying you and edifying who you are going to be next year in 2026 in November, when Ramona is here as a speaker at the very next event that Sir Dr. James Dentley does in November of 2026. It can identify your seventh income stream. It can also identify your seventh business. It can also identify your first 7 figures or your third or fourth 7 figures in your business as well. So now I want you to add on paper what that 7 means to you today on November 8th, on that number 7, and now identify what does that number 7 mean to you. Attach what you identify it as right now on paper. Take it out of your heart, take it out of your mind, and put it on paper. And when you do that simple act, right? That simple, in some of our minds, it's a useless act because that's what it's been in the past. And I love that Sir Dr. James Dentley talked about identity, because the beauty of identity is you get to change it and it evolves with you through all of those different phases. So we have those 3 phases that everything that you create, and I absolutely love right there in the title, creating your future from your future, right there in the title. The word create has to do with you building, which is the second phase from the launch phase. You're going to launch it, right? The very next phase is build. You're going to build it by creating the DMOs, the daily method of operations. What is it that I need to do every single day, daily? What is it that I need to do every single day that's going to move this needle, move this seed from the launch phase to the next level, to the build phase, where I start seeing progress, where I start seeing people that are meant to be a part of this particular phase or journey that's going to help me or support me or inspire me or motivate me to keep going until I get to the next phase. From the launch phase, I'm going to identify what it is, whatever that seed is, whatever that idea is. You need to identify what that is. What is it that you want? I believe that was a question that Sir Dr. James Dentley posed to each and every one of you. Did you write that down? Did you write what you want down? Well, if you didn't, then it's not too late. Do it right now. Write out exactly what it is that you want. That is what you have to know in order to launch. And when you think of launching, think of a rocket. When they launch the rockets from the NASA Center, what do you see? What can you envision? What do you hear? You hear the engines, right? You see all of the smoke. You see the earth trembling. Even if there's a newscaster there filming, you literally see the camera moving, taking massive action. Yes, that is exactly what you need to do as well. It throughout these launch phases, right into the building phase. And then as you're continuing to build, you don't have to know how you're going to get to the scale phase or how you're going to get to the third or fourth or fifth seven figures or even the first seven figures. You don't have to know how. You just have to believe that if God gave you the seed, the idea, and many of you are walking around 9 months pregnant, ready to push, and you're stuck and you're stagnant and you're allowing your paradigm, and it's just simply a fancy word, by the way. Your paradigm is simply a fancy word for the mental programming that many of you have had from a child. You have a paradigm around money and how you see money and how you use money. Because every time that you went into a store and you touched a little toy or you touched a piece of candy, your parents said something to you. And many of us can probably relate. Hey, put that back. We can't afford that. Right? And I think you heard Sir Dr. James Dentley say, if I hear one more person say that they can't afford something. And what he pointed out was if you are saying those types of things to yourself still to this day, then you are allowing someone else's mental programming that they transferred to you to keep you stuck, to keep you stagnant, to keep you playing small, and to keep you where you are and where you have been for far too long. For far too long. Because those seeds that we have planted in our heart that we refuse to break out and plant and launch and build and then scale it into that vision that we have. There are people who are not getting help because they are tied to you being obedient with your vision that God has given you. There are women out there who are waiting to hear from me, who are waiting to hear from Baron Cara Dentley, who are waiting to hear from Andrew, Colby, Rayshawn, Audrey, Valerie. And thank you guys for investing your time in yourself today by being here and investing in yourself, because that's the start of it all. But now the question is, what do you do with it? Okay, you're here. Okay, I took my notes, but now what do I do with them? Put them on the shelf and they become shelf help? Go back to getting busy, doing busy work that's not moving the needle closer to our goals? I want you to take each note that you write from this event today, and I want you to write right next to it or with it the daily method of operation. What is it that I need to do now with this note, with this idea? What do I need to do next? Maybe you put it into ChatGPT. Maybe you tell ChatGPT, given what you know about me now, start out with that inside of ChatGPT. Given what you know about me now, I have this idea that I would like for you to create a 7-figure business with all of the daily method of operations. For those of you that were already stunned going, oh, what do I do? Where do I start? Like, what do I take? Massive faith-filled action using all of the tools that you have in your hand, like these little mini computers that you found a way to pay over $1,000 for. But yet when someone offers you a $1,000 program, you say, I can't afford it. But you're walking around with a $1,200, $1,500, $2,000 mini computer in your hand that you're not even using to its full capacity. Well, today is the day that excuse is no longer valid. So you need to make that decision today that my old, past, outdated excuses are no longer valid. I will no longer give my old paradigm, my old mental programming, whether it be fear. I'm afraid to move forward. What if I fail? Well, success is a progressive realization of a worthy idea. Success is a progression, meaning that it's going to grow. You're going to grow with it. Success is fleeting. Success is always moving. Your target, whatever target you start with at the launch phase, is going to be different at the building phase. And it's going to yet move again and be different at the scale phase. But this is the thing. You have to start. You can't keep allowing your excuses to keep you where you are today. Because change is inevitable. Whether you really like change or not, or whether you really embrace change or not, change is inevitable. You are changing every single day at the cellular level, regardless, right? So you are not the same person that you were on January 1st. Many of you probably haven't even stopped long enough to think about that, right? You are not the same person that you were on January 1st. You've been to several of these events and you've changed some, right? Some more than others. But nevertheless, congratulations, you've changed some, right? However, what you really need to really hone in on is the root cause of what has kept you where you are. If you find yourself stuck, stagnant, in procrastination or fear. So it's just a simple matter of changing the way that you see things. Because when you can change the way that you see things, the way that you see things change. So it's a matter of flipping the script, flipping your perception, right? Because this is it. This is the thing. It doesn't matter that your eyes are blind when your mind cannot see. And I'm going to let that sit for a second and let you resonate with that. It doesn't matter that your eyes are blind when your mind can't see. So when you have a seed, and let me break this down for you a little bit. When you have a seed, an idea, you have to be able to put that idea in your mind's eyes, your second set of eyes, and see your future. See where it's going to take you in your future. Speaking of creating your future from your future, you have to be able to put that idea in your mind first. And what you put in your mind, and some of us are going to have to declutter our mind because we've been filling it with doubt. We've been filling it with self-limiting beliefs. We've been telling it all of the reasons why we can't do what we know that God has given us everything in our power. Absolutely everything in our power. How do we know that? Because he would have never given you the idea if he did not give you everything, not some things. Just like he says, all things will work out for the good. He didn't say some things. He didn't say a little bit. He said all things will work out for the good. And your seed will work out for the good. The good in all who believes that it can and that it will. And if you struggle with your belief, borrow mine, because I know for a fact, borrow some of mine, because I know for a fact, without a shadow of a doubt, that he did not wake you up this morning on a Saturday morning and bring you to the 10X impact, building and creating your future from your future event with Dr. Sir James Dentley for you to doubt whether or not you are wildly capable of achieving your wildest dreams. And taking that seed that you've been sitting on and that you've been waiting for someone else to do it for you, maybe, or waiting for someone to continue to push you. You have to figure out how to inspire yourself, because inspiration comes from within, right? Find that one thing. Maybe it's a sermon. Maybe it's a pastor's sermon. Maybe it's worship music. Maybe it's some other sort of music. Maybe it's getting out of the house into the environment. Whatever it is that inspires you, you have to determine what that thing is. Write that down. What inspires me? What is it that I do, or what environment that I put myself in inspires me to take action? There is somewhere you've gone, or something that you've done, or something that you hear that inspires you at that minute. And whatever those things are, make a list of what those things are, so that when the inspiration runs a little low, you go back to that list and say, okay, wait a second. I feel myself going backwards a little bit. I feel myself getting stuck or stagnant again. So let me figure out what it is that I need to do differently today to get out of feeling a lack of inspiration. Or motivation comes from external sources, right? That's the difference between inspiration and motivation. So what is it that I need to do, or where is it that I need to put myself in environments such as this where I feel motivated? However, the event's going to end. And when the event ends, now, what do I do when I'm no longer feeling motivated? Because we're human, right? And every single one of us will have those days where we feel a little less inspired than others, or less motivated than others. But it is what you do when those things happen, and having the awareness. We talked about that a little bit with Sir Dr. James Dentley as well. You must be aware of what your paradigm is. And again, paradigms are the mental programming, that mental programming that keeps us exactly where we are. It's like an internal thermostat. And all you have to really do to start shifting your paradigm is to make a decision. Sounds really simple, doesn't it? But that's all we really needed to do already, every single day. So why? Why, you ask? Why, you ask, do I get stuck? Why do I get stagnant if all it takes is a decision? Are you kidding me? What do you mean? It makes no sense. Well, it makes perfect sense, because not taking action, choosing to stay stuck, choosing to stay where you are, is also a decision. So again, we need to make a new decision. Change the decision that you're making every single day, and write out, take it out of your heart, take it out of your head, put it on paper. What decision am I going to now make every single day? I'm going to decide to get up a half an hour early. If I typically get up at 9 or 10 or maybe 7 or 8, I'm going to get up a half an hour early, and I'm going to write out my goals every single day. I'm going to write out my daily method of operations. What am I going to do today? I'm going to put that prompt into ChatGPT. And when ChatGPT gives me that prompt, I'm going to tell ChatGPT to put it back in there and now extend it out for 12 months and tell me what I need to do every single month, and break down the daily steps for me as well to go along with what I need to do each and every day. I also want to ask ChatGPT to tell me, what are the IPAs that I need to do every single day? The income producing activities every single day. Because a lot of us are very busy doing a lot of things, right? But are they really income producing, or are they just busy work, making us feel like we are making progress, right? I am one that had to make sure that I was really intentional with making sure that I was not wasting time on the phone with the wrong people, gossiping about others and things of that nature, which I've never really been into anyway. From when I was a regional manager, my plate felt like it was just running over 24/7. And I tend to love when my plate is full. So I would fill my plate to the point where I could barely even have time to answer calls and to waste time talking about superfluous things that aren't going to move my needle any closer to my goals. So what happens is, because I've trained myself and my mind to not do those things, I feel uncomfortable when I'm doing those things. It's a little voice, or instead of that voice telling me, oh, you have time, just sit here, that little voice tells me, hey, you're wasting time here. You can't sit on this call much longer. See exactly what they need, touch base with them. Yes, they are a great friend. Yes, they are a great business partner. Yes, they are a great, I love them. They are a great support system. Yes, they are a great asset to my network. However, once that conversation goes left and it goes down another direction that's in the opposite direction of where I want to be, while I'm creating my future and while I am creating the things that's going to help me create the 10x impact, I need to be cognizant. I need to be aware, just like you need to be just as aware when that little voice tells you that you're not good enough. You speak back to that voice and you say the opposite. Absolutely not. I am more than enough. That little voice that tells you you have time to waste. Oh, you don't have to do this today. Maybe do it next week or tomorrow. You voice, absolutely. That's the decision. That's a decision. That's changing the decision instantly. The minute that it happens, the minute that, you know what? There's also this study that was done with people and their thoughts. And there's like 60,000 plus thoughts that we have every single day. And some of us can possibly be arrested for how horrible we think and we speak to ourselves and of ourselves. And nobody else hears it but you. But that's why I identify it. I can listen to when someone speaks and I can hear their paradigm. I can identify exactly what their paradigm is. I just launched a small group. It's my second one that I launched. I did one last year as well. And it's the Royal Influencers Incubator in a small group. It's a small group setting. And this young lady, and wow, I just absolutely love her. I just gifted her 6 months of coaching actually as well. Shayna Corbett is her name. And I'm sure she would not mind me sharing this story. And I highly reduced the fee to go back and get some of those people, because I see what's happening in the economy and I know what's going on. And when I tell you, when I told her the fee, she said, oh my God, I really want to do it. I've heard you speak before, and I've throughout the pandemic, I would come and get so inspired whenever I heard you speak, and I really want to do it, but I don't know where I'm going to get the money. And so I told her, I said, I've been watching your post and I see you out having a good time with your girlfriends. And I see you out at restaurants having beautiful meals. How does that feel? Oh my God, that's my favorite thing to do. I absolutely love it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I said, so what do you get out of it? Well, short term, I really love it and I feel inspired. And then I come home and then I say, I have to change my life. I just really need to do something different. And I said, so what you're telling me is that what's more valuable to you is short-term gratification, going out, spending money that you don't have, doing something that's not really going to help you long-term with people that probably, if you went to them, couldn't help you either. And she went, whoa. And I said, so what you're saying is that you don't have the money to invest in yourself, but you have the money to go out, or you find the money to go out and party or have a good time or have a good meal or have a good dinner, which you deserve, by the way. Don't misconstrue what I'm saying. You deserve it. However, you deserve to reward yourself after is the key word, that you have done the work that's required to move the needle towards your goal, closer to your goal, to nurture that seed and launch that business, launch that speaking career, launch that digital product so that you can be a part of this $600 billion industry of e-learning that we are going to be sitting right in the middle of right now, as a matter of fact. But that's going to be probably closer to $100 billion industry in 2026. If you don't have 10 to 20 digital products right now, created, done, and the thinking is being done for you with ChatGPT. So what excuses do you really have now? So the beauty of the paradigm shift. And by the way, she was in a travel business for 3 years. She's probably watching, by the way. She was in a travel business for 3 years. And in the 4th week, after we worked on her paradigm and identified her paradigm, and she broke down in tears like, oh, all this time I've just been wasting and I could have been doing something so much better. But in 4 weeks, she got her first sale that gave her all of her money back that she borrowed from her daughter to attend. Another great friend of mine who was my regional director when I was a regional manager, who lost her husband a couple of years ago, Carolyn, she speaks now for me in my event. And she calls and she asks questions and things of that nature. And like I told you, I can definitely see where they are, hear where their mindset is. So I would hear the questions that she's asking. And I told her, I said, come over and join me on my, in the Royal Influencers Incubator. I would love for you to be there. Well, now, again, I'm going to go back and reiterate what I just said. It doesn't matter when your mind is blind, when your eyes can't see. Because when your mind can see the possibilities, your future, when your mind can see the possibilities of your future, your eyes will now recognize the opportunity that's right in front of you. Every single day, there's opportunities all around us. So I just shifted. I said, oh, she said, I have a money problem. I said, you don't have a money problem. You have a vision problem. You have no direction. You have no guidance. You don't know where you're going. You have not taken those goals out of your head and put them on paper. And you're sitting here in a business. And guess what else? She had created a Facebook group. She was so skilled at her social skills are on a level that I have not seen in a very long time, that someone just has it naturally. She didn't even recognize it. She built 2 groups, 500 people. I said, okay, let's create a $10 offer, put them in both of those groups, drop it in both of those groups, start posting on a regular basis, or start charging $5 and you get 40, 50 people in the group just to start. And how much is that? She was like, oh my God, wow, I never thought of that. That's what the incubator is. That's what it's for. So that is exactly what she is doing now. And she has like 10,000 views on her post now. And that is exactly what we do in the Royal Influencers Incubator. And Carolyn Bell, who was my regional director years ago, we won national awards, generated $96 million for a franchise chain, beauty chain, Supercuts. And here she is now. Because Doug, her husband, was the breadwinner of her family. And when he got leukemia and passed away in such a short time after diagnosis, she said, Ramona, what am I going to do? And you know what I did? I just spoke life into her and said, Carolyn, you're going to do exactly what we did for Supercuts. I know who you are. I know how you supported and developed me. You're going to do exactly what we did for others. We did for those franchisees who became billionaires and who opened over 100 stores, and each one of them generating over 100K a month. We're gonna do that. That's what you're going to do. And she just had her best day in the month of September since she opened her business, inside of a month that most Pilates studios are typically seeing less revenue. That's their down season, and she just had her best month. We also helped her generate a virtual leg to her business as well, which she had no idea that was possible. And then she has now launched Grace Linen, which is a brand new line. And she gave me a video testimonial of Grace Linen. She found a partner She said, I would have never thought. So when she started the incubator, she had no idea that another business was coming. She had no idea that there was another business partner watching her and wanted to do business with her. And they sat down and constructed another business idea. So not only did she launch a business to start generating some income, but she has now 10x, speaking of 10x, her income within a year. And now she has a second leg of business. And this Grace Linen wear is now going to be in different hotel lobby clothing stores, as well as they are going to be featured at the, it's this huge Art Basel in Miami. They already secured. None of this was there. And we are starting the 5th week this week. None of this was present. She's still floored. But we created a business plan. We went in and just literally rebuilt the paradigm, rebuilt the thinking. We shifted their paradigm from where it was to where they are now in the growth mindset. Now they see the opportunities. Now they're looking for the opportunities. I want everybody out there to write down your favorite color dream car, make, model, write it down. Just write it down wherever you are on your notes. Write down, it could be a yellow 2025 Corvette. It could be an older model. Write it down. It could be the Rolls Royce, I think it was, that Dr. James Stentley just wrote that I'm getting ready to get one of these. I love that he did that. I was like, oh, that's perfect. I'm going to use that example or use the example of writing out your favorite car. And what's going to happen is now that you wrote it down, I want you to close your eyes, picture it. And if you don't mind, I am on the back end of I was keeping my grandkids for my daughter, and they both came down with the upper respiratory infection. I'm sure that my daughter's son got it from school, and he brought it home to me. So I was sick with them. So I'm going to have a little sip of tea. I want you to write it down. Write down this make and model of the car and close your eyes and visualize it. And what's going to happen is your RAS system, write this down, RAS. It's your reticular activation system is going to go into overdrive. Now, mind you, you were just driving earlier today. You were just driving today. And guess what? Guess what? You didn't see any of these cars anywhere. But now that you wrote it down, now that you planted the seed, remember, it doesn't matter that your mind is blind. What you just did was you just planted this car into your mind. Your mind is getting ready to go to work. That's also how your negative thoughts work. When you keep telling yourself the negative narrative, guess what it does? I believe Sir Dr. James Stentley said this as well. It goes out and it starts creating more of it.
Wow, pretty great stuff. Great stuff. Actually, we already have the white rose. We've had it for this is our 3rd year.
Wow.
I love it. I posted another one that had the gold exotic lady on Emma.
Oh, okay.
And I didn't have the gold, so it just said, we got to upgrade to that one with the gold trim versus the white.
I love that. I love that. And so how many of you would like to be Sir Dr. James Stentley and Dr. Baron Kara Stentley?
Baroness there.
Up, right?
Yeah, but you know what? You're right on point. You're right on point because even when I got my first Mercedes S500 back in the 90s, 94, something like that, I had a picture on the wall. I have 2 nickels. Matter of fact, I was kind of homeless. I was homeless, kind of moving around a lot, and I would take the picture with me and put it in the new hotel room. I just put it on the wall. I didn't look at it and worship it or pray over it. It was just there. I ended up buying that Mercedes, and then the second one I got, I did the same thing, put it on the wall, and I did the same thing with the Rolls Royce. I had it on the wall, and I had brought that car. Karen and I brought the car, and I didn't even realize that I had it on the wall. I was doing a Facebook Live. And I was talking about manifestation. I looked over and saw the car. I said, oh, man, we just bought that car last week.
Yes, there you go. And what you did was you activated your reticular activating system, which now activated your action. You took action. You were motivated now. That was your motivation, right? To take all of the action necessary. And there you go. So yes, absolutely love it. So
So
that's
this
my offer.
incubator. That's all you. I'm looking at it. Go tell everybody what the offer is. What do you got?
Absolutely. Well, just for your community, that those that are here, I have highly reduced it even more than what my group paid. My group paid $297, and I've also reduced it even more for everyone that's here, $197 only for 90 days. It comes out to like $2 and some change a day for 90 days.
I charge 15,000.
But then again, this is my pre-Black Friday special. So there you go. Even for Black Friday, when it rolls out on Black Friday, it's going to be back at $297. But the value is $24.97.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for being here and showing up and sharing information. I love your events. I love your community. You have some incredible people that plug into that, and we're streaming everywhere as well. So
I love this.
Pretty exciting. We stream it also on LinkedIn and YouTube and Facebook and all over the place as well as here. So thank you.
And your group is on fire. Your community, I absolutely love your community. They are on fire. I see all of the notes in the chat. I see Catherine putting her notes in the chat, Anastasia putting her notes in the chat. So they are phenomenal.
Yes, they are indeed special. So thank you so much for being here. I look forward to talking to you on the upcoming week. How's the family? Everybody good?
Yes, everybody's good. Other than these little bugs that my grandson, I believe he's 7 and in first grade, so he brings them home, and he loves just laying all over his grandma, coughing all over me. So I picked it up from them. But you know what? That's all love. It's all in love. I absolutely love the time that I'm with them. My daughter, actually, I was been helping her. She's in a management business. She's in a management company. She works for Duracell, and she actually. They had their peak season just ended, and she was actually generating they were in an audit that happens only every couple of years, and she actually manages 200 million in inventory. So it's daunting. It's a daunting task.
Cool. Pretty cool.
She's great at it, but it's a daunting task for her. So when she comes home, she's just depleted, and it was like long hours, long days, and so I had her kids for her. So thank God though for working for yourself, right? You're at home and you're able to still kind of stand in the gap.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for being here. We got 3 minutes. We're going to bring in our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, Ramona Rogers Smith. Absolutely incredible royal influencers. Look at that incubator, 90 days for $197. Hey, my $15,000 to get me for 90 days. But hey, there you go. We'll talk later. Have an incredible day.
All right, thank you guys. Leah Wallace, thank you so much. You're quite welcome, Valerie. Thank you guys.
Yes, we'll
come back with our next speaker in about.
You got it. Be back with our next speaker in about 2.5 minutes.
Let's dive right in. What if you had a single membership that opened the doors to the tools, resources, and connections that only the top 1% of businesses typically get access to? Welcome to Try Touring, your personal magic Rolodex for serious business growth. Inside your membership, you'll find some of the most powerful business tools available today, many of them absolutely free with your account. We're talking about a proven business credit building platform designed to grow credit on your EIN, not your personal name. A 3,000 plus document library filled with essential business contracts, templates, policies, and guides. A complimentary AI-driven hidden revenue consultation with a master business strategist. And after 12 months as a member, you unlock a free business valuation report, the same type of analysis banks and investors use. You'll also gain access to Turbo Touring, a powerful data furnishing and placement tool that turbocharges your business credit profile and helps position you for better lending opportunities and higher funding potential. Then there's Infinite Touring, a breakthrough tool designed to help you leverage debt to your advantage and create a path toward personal debt freedom, all while enhancing your financial positioning as a business owner. We also connect you with top-tier lenders and vendors across multiple industries, offering access to capital, credit, and services at some of the most competitive rates available anywhere. Need expert guidance? You'll have access to the kind of elite business coaches and consultants that most entrepreneurs only dream of working with. You'll tap into evolving AI-powered tools that are always advancing, giving you a competitive edge in a rapidly changing world. And you're not doing this alone. Try Touring is built by business owners, for business owners, and a supportive community that understands the journey. At Try Touring, we're not here to sell hype. We're here to deliver real access, real strategy, and real results. If you're ready to surround yourself with the tools and support most entrepreneurs never even hear about, then welcome to the family. Click below to activate your membership and unlock the network, knowledge, and next level thinking behind Try Touring. Are you ready to try touring? Are you ready to try touring?
All right, Try Touring. That's one of our sponsors as well. I mean, they're doing a phenomenal technology for those of you who are looking to build your business credit without spending $5,000 like I did. With Try Touring, you can do that. We're going to send links out to you in the email from not just Try Touring, but of all of the individuals who are speaking. You get links if you want to follow up and get that information if you're unable to write. Are you ready for our next speaker? You're in for a treat because this gentleman is my brother. This is a gentleman I have a tremendous amount of respect for. We have a lot of years together. I love him like he was a blood brother. Michael Barton Matthews, he and his wife, Robbie, absolutely incredible. But Michael was a successful entrepreneur. He's an investor. He's a published author, a manuscript development coach, an international speaker. And I was telling someone about him yesterday. The thing I like about him so much and why I always recommend him is that his integrity and who he is as a human being, he can kind of tap in because when somebody's getting a book done, just because they can do it doesn't mean they can do it for you. It needs to sound and embody you. I mean, this gentleman is actually a global. He shared the stage with many iconic individuals like Al Pacino, John Travolta. I mean, He's been in the presence of the Matthew McConaughey's, the Wesley Snipes of the world. He's presented internationally. As a matter of fact, in South Africa, in front of 1,200 individuals. Back in 2017, Michael and his wife, Robbie Matthews, were honored at the We Dream in Color humanitarian celebration. He's a businessman of the year. He's one of the cornerstone individuals in the monarchical chapter with the Royal Order of Royal House of Constantine the Great and St. Helen. He's worked with over 150 writers. He's the founder of We Create Books. He worked with 150 writers actually in 10 different countries. And 55 became published authors, and 13 achieving #1 book releases and #2 bestseller status. He's a former basketball player. Yes, he's a basketball player, a retiree from Chicago Transit Authority, and a dedicated philanthropist as well. Ladies and gentlemen, let me bring to the stage Michael Matthews. How you doing, Mike?
I'm good, Sir Barron, Sir Dr. Dentley. Can you hear me good?
We can hear you fantastic, man. I'm going to your PowerPoint's about to pop up, and I'm gonna pop out, and the floor is yours, my friend. Yo, where are you? Did I lose you? Wait a minute, how did I lose you? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I removed you. I'm trying to remove me. I like to play with the thing. That's what I like to do.
All right. First and foremost, I want to thank Barron, Sir Dr. James Dentley, for allowing me to share these few minutes with everybody today. And let's give Ramona a serious hand. She was an awesome, empowering presenter as well. And Barron talked about step into your future self. Ramona talked about your reticular activating system and your personal life and your business life. So that's probably what I'm going to talk about in my presentation, but it's not going to be on the same delivery method as they do. So let me introduce you to this first video we have coming up right here. Okay. Well, as we continue to move forward, I didn't grow up from generational wealth. I grew up on the south side of Chicago. I was legitimately playing basketball in an alley. And what I mean by I didn't grow up from generational wealth, my parents, when my father passed away, about 5 years after he passed away, my mom's called us over to the house and said, your father left you an inheritance. So if you're thinking about money and you say inheritance and it's been 5 years, you say, inheritance equals 5 years worth of interest compounded. How much will that be? So my brother and sister and I came over to mom's house, and on the table were 3 syrup cans full of pennies. because my father was the 40-40-40 king, but he wasn't an entrepreneur. So he taught us how to do the 40-40-40 plan, but he couldn't teach us how to become an entrepreneur. But in that note, he said, look, son, I taught you how to work, pay your bills and all of that. If you want to take it a step further, you're going to have to learn how to turn these pennies into dollars, these dollars into hundreds, these hundreds into thousands. And if you want to go further, these thousands into millions. So I grew up playing basketball in an alley for the love of the game, not for the love of the game that the current professional players play for now, because I didn't understand what the game meant at that time. But I'll go back into that part of that story a little bit later. So I was actually the tallest person coming up in that alley. Every time you dribbled the ball, we had a rim attached to a light pole in Chicago. If anybody's from Chicago, you know what a Chicago alley looks like. And we had a bicycle rim with no spokes in it. So every time you bounced the ball, came up and glass cut you. But an amazing thing happened. I started growing taller and I started getting better. And with that, I went to high school. And this gentleman walked up to me my freshman year. And this gentleman ended up playing 15 years in the NBA. And he was an NBA All-Star 1985 starter for the Western Conference. And he was the point guard on my high school basketball team at the time. His name was Ricky Green. And he walked up to me and said, you're going to be the starting center on our state championship basketball team. And I said, yeah, we have a problem. I've never played organized sports. But what did he do? He planted the seed. He began with the end in mind before I knew what that meant of what I was going to contribute and something I couldn't even do. So I took that freshman year to sit behind the coach and I watched the X's and O's, the offense and defense of one position, which was the center position, because that's what the seed he planted. I came back that summer, went into that alley, practiced that X's and O's, and then I came back my sophomore year, and guess what? I was actually the starting center for our team. But did we win the state championship? No. My junior year, I was the starting center. But did we win the state championship? No. Now, going into my senior year, I was dating a young lady. For the sake of this, we'll call her Mickey. And she lived in the Chicago housing projects in the same building Maurice Cheeks, who also played in the NBA with the Philadelphia 76ers. They lived in the same exact building. So I had never went down there because you have street knowledge growing up in Chicago. And that street knowledge meant if you're not from around here, you're just down here. So you know when to go, where to go, and who to go with. And they didn't know me, but they knew Mickey. So my internal guiding system, that's one particular time I decided to go. So I wanted to meet Mickey's parents because they wanted to meet me. Long story short, went up to the 18th floor, last building on the left, and we actually had a good time. I met 20 or 30 of her relatives. We ate dinner, hugs, her mom's was good. But we came back down at about 12 or 13, what looked like young kids. They all had guns. And they put that cold steel up to my head and up to Mickey's head when we stepped off the elevator. And do you know the fear that came through my body, seeing myself and Mickey with a gun up to our head, being robbed by people that she knew. And this is how I know that she knew him, because they said, Mickey, if you and the big fella tell on us, we're going to take care of your family. And then a guardian angel came out. You all may not think he's a guardian angel when I tell this story, but he started shooting up in the air and they ran away. So I thought we was all good. We're getting ready to go. And they stopped and they turned around. And guess what they did? They shot at us. So I pushed Mickey to the ground and I thought it was over. Bullets was bouncing. You could hear the bullets bouncing off the steel and the concrete of the building that Mickey lived in. And lo and behold, I heard her scream and she started crying. And then blood was everywhere. I didn't know if she was hit hard or what, but she was hit. And that same guardian angel, now I'm about 14 or 15 at the time, not knowing what to do, but I still had my dad's car. So that guardian angel helped me put Mickey in the back seat of my father's car. And we took her to the hospital. And he said 2 words, gunshot wound. So when you get to the hospital, they automatically call the police. And they rushed Mickey in. She happened to be okay. She wasn't hurt so bad. And the police came and Mickey whispered in my ear, and said, remember, they said, if you tell, they're going to take care of my family. As bad as I wanted to, I had more respect and love for Mickey and her family because I didn't live there. You know, I can go home and I might have been okay, but Mickey and her family wouldn't. So I didn't tell. Now, on top of that, the next week, we had to play in the city championship game for the city championship, which we had to do. And we actually did that. Excuse me for 1 second. So we actually played in that city championship game and won the championship game. And then we went on to win the state championship game. Now, after that, I went to a HBC university. Now, I'm sharing two stories. One story is before I became a published author and did all of the things that I'm going to talk about in that part of the story. But this part of the story is kind of significant because it's leading to my future story, which Dr. Dentley talked about a little bit earlier. So if you don't know where you came from, how are you going to know where you're going to go?
Hey, Mr. Matthew, before you continue.
And right now, I want to thank all of the people who are donating these billions of dollars to the different HBCUs around the world, because the universities can need it for young kids like me and other people to get a better education. So my freshman year, I get a call or a letter, I don't remember which one, and the call or the letter said, Michael, Mickey and her cousin has been killed in a head-on car accident. So now my mind said, what? I just been shot at. Mickey has been shot. A year later, she got killed, and I'm here all alone. Of course, I called my parents. They said the right thing, but that didn't matter because I had to deal with that situation. So I come back home, go to the services, and then I decided to leave school because I was just trauma and grief and didn't know how to handle it because I was young. But that was a bad mistake, but it was my choice. At that point, I started hanging around toxic people, toxic places, and toxic things. And those toxic people, I started smoking, drinking, you name it, Mike Matthews did it. Unashamedly, now I can tell the story. But then I said to myself, about 2 or 3 months into that, I said, I'm got sick and tired of being sick and tired. And I said my sinner's prayer. So if many of you have said a sinner's prayer, my sinner's prayer looked like this. I said, God, I know I'm a sinner. I said, I'm human. I know I'm going to commit another sin and another sin and another sin. But if you take this one sin away from me, which was drugs, marijuana, alcohol, and everything else, I promise you I won't do this one sin again. At that point, I had about $30,000 worth of some white powder, street value, in my possession. I put it under the bed, went to sleep, woke up the next day, went to work, and miraculously or blessingly, I was literally cleared from that addiction that I had. It was self-inflicted as well. Nobody made me do it. I chose to do it on my own. So 6 months later, I'm looking for something, and here comes the drugs. I find them again. So because my cells probably had in my autonomous body probably had not got rid of that feeling, a cold shake came over me. And then the little bad man sat on my shoulder and said, why don't you start getting high again? The good man sat on my other shoulder and said, what about your sinner's prayer to God, Mike? I said, well, no, I can't get high. Then the bad man sat on my shoulder and said, well, why don't you go down to the dope house and sell it? You know him, even though you haven't been around there because you live in Chicago. My good man sat on my shoulder and said, if you go down there, you might get caught up again. So I flushed about $30,000 street value worth of drugs down the toilet and never looked back. And that was the best decision I ever had. Now, I wanted to share that story is because decisions matter. And if you make certain decisions, they could be costly or they can be rewarding. It doesn't matter, but you cannot keep your foot on first base and not run the bases and come home and think you're going to hit a home run. That will not work. So along that journey, I decided to get a job. And at that point, I got a job making $50 a week, believe it or not. I'm going to get into the story a little bit deeper. The blessing was I was working for two Jewish guys who owned a school bus company. And they knew I played basketball. So they made me a deal. They said, Michael, you teach me and my brother and my two sons how to play the game, and I will teach you how to run our company. So believe it or not, I started at $50 a week at that company because I was just wanted to be busy. It wasn't about the real money at the time. And that's how stinking thinking I had. I didn't care how much money I made or how little I made. So after I cashed my check, I only had $37. But all my dope friends, they was broke. So I had $37 more than them, but I didn't spend it on drugs. So long story short, I taught them the game and went from sitting on that bus to running a multi-million-dollar business, getting contracts for the city of Chicago, special service division, and that private school bus company. But the only negative was they didn't have a retirement plan. So at this point, I'm still not thinking entrepreneurship or business. Remember earlier in my story when I said my father taught me how to be a 40-40-40 man. So I'm thinking, get that retirement, get that 457, get those benefits from the job, and you'll be set. So I went to the Chicago Transit Authority because they had everything that the private company didn't have. Even though I made more money at the private company, they didn't have the benefits. I'm still not thinking entrepreneurship at the time, but something miraculous happened when I was at the Chicago Transit Authority. My wife then was an acting manager at the Fortune 500 financial services firm. And she called me and said, Mike, you need to move your investments out of the markets, even though they were paying 12%, into 3%. And I said, why? She said, because there's rumbles that the bubble's going to burst and the housing market's going to burst. And anybody that's in the markets are definitely going to take a significant loss. But I can't say how much because I don't work for Wall Street. I only work for a private company. So I took a word on it. I shared that information with my coworkers who were in my inner circle, and none of them did it. 3 months later, the housing bubble burst, the markets crashed. I was earning 3%, and all my buddies was losing 50 to 100,000 or more out of their retirement accounts. But they didn't believe me. So I showed them my prospectus. And then they said, you ought to write a book. So that's how the first book actually got started. Again, I'm not thinking entrepreneurship. So I sold a few, gave a few away, and I kept on working for 10 more years before I wrote the second book. But when I wrote the second book, that's when the magic started. I was at McCormick Place when we launched the book, Financially Speaking, the best improvement starts with self-improvement. Create your own economic stimulus plan. On the left was Hall of Famer, NBA Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, launching his book. On the right was NBA champion from Chicago Bulls, Craig Hodges, launching his book. In the center was Chicago's own state championship, Michael Bart Matthews, launching his book. So what did the three have in common? We were all champions, even we were on different levels. Even though we were on different levels, we were still champions. So we took pictures, we did an interview, they gave us the interview, we signed autographs, but when I stepped off the stage, this is when I knew that the book was more than just a book. A stranger walked up to me and said, I see that you're a speaker. I didn't know Dr. Dentley at the time. I had no professional speaker training, but I said yes, because I was unafraid to take the chance and step out of the airplane about anything in my life. So she said, you can sell your books. I'll pay you to speak. I said, wow, that's pretty good. But that's when the light bulb went out. My wife and I went, she's corporate trained, so she knocked the presentation out the park because I played basketball. So I'm only used to talking offense, defense, and hollering at the referees. And that was it back in the day. But I did pretty good. Then she said, we need to become better speakers. We go to a speaker organization where 500 people were there, and they asked 10 people. I was the last one. Said, why are you here? I was proud that I was an author. I said, I'm already a published author. I want to become a better speaker. He said, your dream was too small. You need to become an international speaker. All this is new to me. So I never heard of the word international speaker. I said, okay, what do I have to do? He said, I'll give you a question and give you 2 minutes of coaching. And then Mike Dicker of the 1985 championship Chicago Bears is going to be here, and you can actually interview him. Again, I didn't believe it, but we did it. So I had pictures interviewing Mike Dicker, videos and everything. And he said, wow, Mike, you did pretty good. Now I have something for you and your wife. Would you all like to come to Florida and speak in front of about 1,200 people from about 21 different countries? And then after that presentation, Mike, you could interview Al Pacino, the Godfather, live on stage. Again, we were new to the business, so I looked at my wife and said, this dude don't know no Al Pacino. But I also said, it's cold in Chicago around February. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go. We're going to have some fun. And if it happens, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But lo and behold, when we got to Florida, we went to the event. They announced our name. We stepped out on the stage for the first time, speaking in front of a crowd of a couple of thousand people from different countries. You can feel the wave from the heat from the audience slap us in the face because it was all new to us. We hadn't had the training and nobody prepared us for what was about to happen. So we had that conversation. And then about an hour later, I had the opportunity to interview the Godfather, Al Pacino. So before we took pictures, Robbie said like she was going to take a picture first. And she said, hey, Al, I want to introduce you to somebody. And he said, who? So she turned around and looked at me. Now, I'm 6'7". So she said, say hello to my little friend. And he thought that was just so funny. And he looked me up and down. I said, he's not so little to me. And he gave me a hug. So he was very personable. Then we took a few pictures. We had a nice little conversation. And we went forward from there. And then the trip gets bigger. Now, none of this would have happened. Now, this is the point of the whole story after becoming a published author. None of this would have happened had I not became a published author. Had I not became a published author. That's the point of the story that I'm making, okay? Because I'm not trying to impress you with the places we've been, the things we've done, the stages we've been on, because there are more people who've done more than us and more and less than us. But the point is the value of becoming a published author is the point that I'm trying to make. So after that, we went to Johannesburg, South Africa. He said, do you really want to speak internationally outside of the United States? We said, sure. Again, we didn't have the faith, but we had the Al Pacino experience. So we said, if nothing less, we'll set foot on the motherland. We can have a nice vacation in Africa, South Africa, as a matter of fact, and we'll come back. No big deal. But when we got there, it was 12 to 2 to 3,000 people. And Randy Zuckerberg, Mark Zuckerberg's sister, was on stage. Indaba Mandela and a few South African millionaires and Mike and Robbie Matthews, who nobody had really heard about. So after we spoke on stage, Robbie interviewed Indaba Mandela live on that same stage. And we kind of stood to the side to watch, to learn, to understand the business a little bit more. And one person walked up to us and said, can we take a picture? We said, sure. Somebody else came up. And I thought everybody was going to want to take a picture with Randy Zuckerberg and Indaba Mandela and the other local millionaires. But lo and behold, 3 hours later, it's a line running out the door for them to take pictures with Mike and Robbie Matthews. And I asked the question, why? They said, you guys were authentic and you didn't try to impress anybody, which was very cool. So the moral of that story, again, is it would never have happened had we not became published authors. And as you think about your journey, your story, your history, your legacy, your future, your past, just to look in the past as what not to do, but think about your future to begin with the end in mind, is what a book can do for you as it has done for us. Now, I will admit that your story, your trips, your travels, and your journey will be different from mine. But nevertheless, when you become a published author, if you are already a published author, if you have your standalone book, if you have your chapter in an anthology book with a host of other individuals, you will walk a journey and walk a path and leave a legacy that you never thought would happen to you, just like the legacy that I'm living right now. None of this was on Mike's plan to write a book, to go to South Africa, to interview Al Pacino, to be on the big stages, to even meet Sir Dr. James Dentley. But back then, he was James Dentley. So let me tell you how I met James Dentley, and then I'll go to how he turned into Baron Dentley. It was a Sunday evening at 4 p.m. Again, this would have not happened had we not become published authors. That's the story. It would not have happened had we not become published authors. Well, anyway, Robbie's cousin knew of the Inspired to Speak organization, and she was going to an event on a Sunday night. And we got home from an earlier event at 4 p.m. But Dr. Dentley's event back then was over with at 7 p.m. on a Sunday. So Robbie said, you can go, and she'll stay home and cook me a dinner. And I'll say, I'll go to the event, because we were out searching, wanting to get to the higher level. So staying at home wasn't going to make that happen. So I went to the event, and it was crowded. It was wall to wall, room to room, but it was 2 seats open. And little did I know, one of those seats was next to Dr. Dentley and his CEO at the time. Again, I didn't know anybody, so I was ear hustling. And ear hustling is okay to do. That way you get to know, like, and meet people, like I got to meet Dr. Dentley. And I was hearing them talk about they needed a speaker for the Wednesday Entrepreneur Forum at 7:30 a.m. And this was on a Sunday night. So I leaned up and said, I'm a speaker. And they both looked at me, and they all asked me, whose stages have I been on? Who do you know? What is your topic? How long can you speak? Can you speak at 7:30 in the morning this Wednesday? All of those questions. So I had to answer who I knew. So I pulled out my cell phone, and some of the people that I've shared with you so far, I showed them on my cell phone. So Dr. Dentley took me and said, look, be there at 7:30 and speak for 40 minutes. And that was it. No more instruction, which was okay with me. I came, I must have did okay, because he invited me back the next week. He said, if you have any books, bring your books. I brought 50 books. I also brought my wife, because we speak together and we speak independently. So that day we both spoke together, and then we spoke independently, and we came back and did a close, and I sold about 22 books. Dr. Dentley said, well, how many books did you sell? So I told him, and he got up and said this thing, and within 10 minutes, 15 minutes tops, all 50 books were sold. And that had never happened, number one. Now, here's another number two. Pro tip, if you're on somebody's stage or in their house or in their community or tribe, and you don't have a pre-arranged financial agreement and you make money in their house, the ethical thing to do is ask them, what is the revenue share? So they know you are a person of integrity, and it's not all about me, it's about us. So I asked Dr. Dentley, what's the revenue share? So he said, you can keep all the money. I just want to make sure that you know that we and all the people here, not just you, but everybody who comes here, we all can make money by being people of integrity. And that had never happened before. So none of this would have happened had we not become published authors. So at that point, I understood more about Inspired to Speak in the Speakers Camp. So we went to the speakers camps over and over. We actually got certified by Les Brown and Sir Dr. James Dentley. And we come to speaker training camps every time he has them, so we can get better at what we do and stay a little bit polished, so we can offer help, training, and assistance to the new people who come through the camp and people who come through the alumni camp, as well as we get to help ourselves along the way from the wonderful Inspired to Speak platform that Dr. Dentley has been teaching for over 30 years, maybe longer, but at least 30 years of helping people, training people in all sorts of our life. Now, I've shared a little bit about who I am. I've shared a little bit about what I do. So now I'm going to talk about becoming a part of an anthology book. Yes, our company does standalone books, but this presentation, I want to intentionally focus in on an anthology book. Why an anthology book? Because all of the benefits that comes along with an anthology book. Just say you have 10 or 15 writers in an anthology book, because I've worked with over a couple hundred people from 17 different countries. 100 of them became published authors. 5 or 6 of them are anthology books, and some of them are standalone books as well. And we empower you to tell your story and get your book out of your head so it can be published and read. So when you work with us, by now, you should know that you're going to get the best of the best from working with We Create Books. Because if all we have is our name and our reputation. So if it's not right, we make it right. Okay? So with that being said, with the anthology book blueprint, you will get direct contact with me and the members of my team. You will have a blueprint of from step A to step B. As a matter of fact, we're working on an anthology book right now, and I just sent out a letter to about the first 5 of the people that have already committed, and I have sent out the letters to the rest of the people. And maybe one of you all, or 2 of you all, or 3 of you all will receive those letters when you work with us and come on board and join our anthology book, My Life, My Story, Part 2 program. So that's what you would get. So other than that, you would get 5 complimentary books. We would have you to submit up to 10 pages, which includes an about the author page. And the about the author page is kind of important because in your 1 to 9 pages, you talk about a little bit from your childhood, maybe a little bit from your adolescent life, a little bit from your adult life, and then leave some room to talk about your business, product, or service. And in your about the author page is how they can get in contact with you. So we won't be the buffer. That means your phone number, your email, your website, all of that will be on your about the author page, which all of us will be buying books, selling books, marketing the books, and you have a better, robust opportunity to get your word out, get your name out, get your story out of your head, and because it will be published and read by that particular point. Okay? And from We Create Books, that's part of our mission. You know, I have 10 personal books that I have by the end of this year that will have 10 personal books published. 2 are coming out this month, and then there will be several more coming out next year. There are several people on here who are already clients of We Create Books. We do have a lot of written testimonies, and we have video testimonies. So I urge you to go to our website at wecreatebookspublishing.com. That's wecreatebookspublishing.com, and look at our website. And there is a page, a website that I really want to talk to you about on that. Even though I'm here to talk about the books, I'm also here to help talk about Inspired to Speak and getting your signature talk story. So go to that one particular page. It says We Create Speakers. And on that page, we highlighting Baron Sir Dr. James Dentley about the Inspired to Speak Speakers Program. We're highlighting Dr. Jay Johnson about telling your signature talk. And we're highlighting Robbie Matthews about once you get the book, once you understand Inspired to Speak, once you get your signature talk, once you start making the money, she's going to come in and give you a little bit of financial education on what to do with the money. Best possible avenues, ins and outs of what you could do with the money. So, and that's what we want you to do. So we're giving you a holistic view, a holistic approach of Inspired to Speak, your signature talk, financial literacy education, and becoming a published author in one of our anthology books first. But if you have a standalone book, we can also talk about a standalone book later. But for this presentation today, I really want to emphasize with intentional focus that we have room for about maybe 3 or 4 more authors to come into our collaborative anthology. And Dr. Dentley said, well, Mike, can you give a discounted price to our 10X customers today, our family rather? I said, sure, Dr. Dentley, I don't mind, because too much is given, much is required. And being in the proximity of Baroness Kara Scott Dentley and Baron Dr. James Dentley and his plethora of people who are seated at that table, you don't know the extent of where you can go until you get in the room with the proximity and open your mind like a parachute and take yourself out of the picture, out of the frame, and have belief in yourself. Because if you don't believe in yourself, who else is going to believe in you? But here's another quick story before I close up in a couple of minutes. How did We Create Books start? Dr. Dentley walked up to me one day because he knows my wife and I's businesses, and him and Kira, we talked to them a lot about a lot of things. And he said, Mike, you and your wife do a lot of y'all's businesses together, which is nothing wrong with that. It's good for the marriage and it's good for business. He said, but you have something to offer as well. Why not you start a business, your wife has a business, and then you work them all together. And then he turned around and walked away. I said, wow. He planted the seed, just like Ricky Green planted the seed, And I said, okay. So it took 3 weeks for me to water it and nurture it. So I was always taught, what are you doing for free? So this is what I'm asking you all to think of as well when you tell your story. What is it that you're doing that you actually can tell your story with? So for me, I was already writing books for free. My first anthology, I did it for free. And a lot of people say, well, why did you do it for free, Mike? I said, because how can I be a product of the product if I did not create the product? So I wanted to listen, learn, and apply to the help, training, and assistance of others, and then start my own company. And to do that, I offered a free service for about the first 15 clients. You know what that got me? It got me credibility. It got me impact. It got me authority. And it built up my confidence. It got me testimonials. And it started building my business organically. So as I talk to each and every one of you about the things that we have done, the things that we're doing, it's really about, like Dr. Ditley said, looking into the future. Because when you write a book, it's going to be good for future generations. Good for you now, because you could use your book as a business card, but your kids, your grandkids, your great-grandkids, your great-grandchildren, your children's children, when they look up Michael Bart Matthews or Sir Dr. Dentley or Baroness Kara Scott Ditley, or each and every one of you all who happen to be authors in this particular genre of your business acumen, that book is going to be available at least 70 years after you pass on for your copyrights. Some of y'all knew that, some of you didn't. But then some of these books have been around for hundreds and hundreds of years. So it's really no telling how long your book, your future, the generations which are the future will be able to look up great grandpa or grandma, because you stepped out on faith in 2025 and you became a member of our anthology book, or you wrote your standalone book. You did not allow fear, which used to be false evidence appearing real, which is now feeling excited and ready, stop you from becoming the published author that you were meant to be. Because everybody has a story to tell, but everybody's journey is different. Because sometimes in life, things happen to go wrong. We get in front of certain rooms and we shrink. We don't know who we are anymore. We feel ashamed. We don't feel that we're worthy. We don't feel that we belong at the seat at the table. Well, let me close with this. When things go wrong, as they sometimes will, when the road you're trudging seems all uphill, when your funds are low and your debts are high, and you want to smile, but you have to sigh. When care is pressing you down a bit, rest if you must, but don't you quit. Now, I think it's Ramona. No, Dr. Dentley said, don't quit before you're about to win. Remember he said that? Don't quit just before you're about to win. And sometimes you don't know when you are 3 feet away from goal, but you quit. And then here comes another gold miner. He buys up your vein and he hires a engineer. And the engineer says, you need to strike over here, because over here, the vein is 3 feet away from gold. And then that person gets the gold that you dug the hole, but you happen to quit. So when things go wrong, don't go wrong with them and don't quit. So my offer is, it's usually $2,497. But for the 10X people, it's $997 to be a member of our collaborative anthology book. You can make a couple of payments. You can reach me at my email address, or you can go to our website, wecreatebookspublishing.com, or you can call me at 708-634-6785, or you can reach Dr. Dentley directly and he'll get in touch with me. It doesn't matter. I mean, we're all authentic people here. So with that being said, I want to thank each and every one of you, and I do mean each and every one of you, for giving me the opportunity to speak in front of you today. And remember, it's your story, and you need to tell your story, because if you don't tell it, somebody else will. And it may not be the story that you want to tell. So get in front of that and tell your story, and then they don't have anything to say because you told it. Just like I shared some things with you today. Unapologetically Speaking, Dr. Michael Bart Matthews. Back over to you, Baron Dr. James Dentley.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm smiling from ear to ear, boy. It's something great. Good save, man. Good save. I know the PowerPoint, couldn't get the PowerPoint up. It's kind of too big for this actual system, but great job, man. Thank you for sharing that. And as we always say, a life worth living is worth recording. You know, the people know that you're here, that you leave your footprints in the sands of time because your story's been told. You control that narrative. And don't wait. You know, it took me 20 years getting ready to get ready. And that's why I learned to just take action. I get a thought, I move. I'm not a tree. I move. So thank you, Mr. Matthews, for that again. And it's going across the screen. So each and every one of you all can see the website and the phone number on the lower third. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Michael Bart Matthews. Mike, I appreciate you, sir. We're going to take a quick commercial, come up with our next speaker. So I see each and every one of you guys on the other side. We'll be right back after this commercial.
Attention, speakers, coaches, authors, entrepreneurs, and sales professionals. Discover the secret to mastering communication. Psychology for impactful storytelling, marketing, and branding mastery. Unlock the keys to transforming lives. Learn from the world's #1 master communications expert, Baron Sir Dr. James Dentley III. Master crafting your signature talk for success. Your message will become the heartbeat of your audience. We at Inspired to Speak don't believe in get-rich-quick programs. We believe in hard work, adding value, and serving others. And that's what our programs are designed to help you do. Share your story and message. Create a powerful experience. Overcome fear and stand in your power. Learn the psychology of communication and wow your audience every time. Learn this and much, much more from the master of storytelling. For the first time, Inspired to Speak combines the power of JD3 TV's AI TV celebrity channel strategy with the #1 speaker training program in the world. Become a better trainer, coach, and professional speaker. Register today to enhance your commercial communication skills. You're closer than you think.
Hello and welcome back. You know, our next speaker training is going to be in March 12th, 13th, 14th, and 15th. Got a little room there. You can get your deposits in now and save your spot. There will only be 20 individuals that will be allowed in the camp, 20 new students, and then we'll have some of the people who will be returning as well, because that's always an option. Don't worry about that. We got your meals covered for breakfast and for lunch, and we're going to go from there. Are you ready for our next speaker? Are you guys really, really ready? Well, I want to bring up another young lady. She's extremely special to me because after all, we're married. Baroness Dr. Kara Scott Dentley. She's a double scientist, a scientist of significance, a strategist of the spirit, and the voice of a greater level. She's a former federal physicist and geospatial analyst turned global transformative leader. And once pioneering, look, I have to read her bio because it's so long. Once pioneering algorithms for homeland security, and she actually worked with nuclear power plants that expose radical and health disparities. She traded the government labs for global impact, choosing to build people instead of programs. She's the author of a very exciting and popular book. You guys have to have it. Everybody loves this book, Unlocking the Blueprint of Intention, where Kara bridges neuroscience, quantum theory, and spiritual law to help others govern their greatness. She also was knighted by the Royal Order of Constantine the Great and St. Helen, and now operates as the Baroness of the Great House of Constantine and St. James. And she's a co-founder also of Already Always Amazing, our organization that empowers children, veterans, seniors worldwide, and women initiatives as well. She has a lifestyle brand called Life by Kara, and she really champions intentional living, purpose, and wellness. When Kara speaks, she doesn't just inspire, she activates. She doesn't take the stage, she raises the standard. Ladies and gentlemen, let me bring to the front of the stage my wife, Dr. Kara Scott Dentley. Hello, how are you?
I am amazing. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear, and I'm going to get out of your way because I got to take copious notes.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Thank you so much to everyone who is here, who have shown up for yourself. Give yourselves a round of applause because you decided. I heard our sister Ramona saying that earlier. You decided. And you know, when you decide something, you cut off everything that happened prior to the decision. And it's this time frame of my life is very interesting because I'm taking my time, if this makes sense. I'm taking my time because some things have happened, not just to myself, but other people. You know, you see it online. There are so many different things that are going on. People are suffering loss. But I think that comes with a reframe of the mind. It comes with the way that we decide to interpret and give definition to everything that happens. So I want you to take notes on this because what I want to speak about is release, restore, and revive. Okay. Because we talk about all of the things that we have to do, all of the things we have to do, all of the things that we have to add and get this software and get this program and get this, right? But it comes a point where there are certain things where you have to take a moment and you have to pause and you have to realize there are times where things may need to be released. Write that down. Release. Release what? Release the idea and the beliefs of certain things. You may even need to release some people. You may have to release some environments that are not conducive to the lifestyle and the life that you see for yourself. Many times I hear people talk about their stuck. They're like, I'm stuck. I feel like I'm at a pivotal point where I'm trying to figure out what's next. And what's next is that next best thing. But what actually speaks to and help you to get over that hurdle? Let's talk about that because it's already within you. It is already within you. I always talk about keys because keys give us access and give us access to what was already there. And so as you're going through and you're starting to realize, and you're like, I show up to all of the seminars. I take all of the notes, right? I like when Ramona said that you don't want to have, call it a shelf development, basically shelf where everything that you take notes on just remains on the shelf, but it has to become internal. It has to become internal. So as you're taking these notes, I want you to think about what is that next best thing for you. I'll talk about the blueprint. My husband mentioned it, Baron Dr. James Dentley, about the blueprint, which is my book about unlocking the blueprint of intention. Many of you have this book. If you don't, I would encourage you to get this book. I weave my story within certain scientific principles because I realize that when people don't understand these principles, they could work against you if they don't work for you because you aren't operating in your awareness. This is maybe the third or fourth time you've heard that word, awareness. Because if we're just on a hamster wheel and we're just going and we're just trudging forward, we're not making any progress. We're just moving and we're just going. We feel like we're putting one foot in front of the other, but in reality, we're just repeating the same thing and we're going in a cycle. We're going in a circle. There's an image of a staircase of someone looking, and they're looking down the staircase, and it appears that they're actually, the people that are at the bottom are actually coming up. Some people are, but many of them are just going in the same circle. Catch that. It's a staircase, but some people are not actually escalating and elevating. They're actually going in the same circle. But what are these things? It's your environment. Take a look around you, your environment. Who's in your environment? Who are you communicating with? What conversations are you having? Who's planting seeds? Who are you having these dialogues with? Are you having dialogue with people who have doubt? Are you having dialogue with people who aren't moving forward themselves? Now, when we talk about personal development and what it takes and the sacrifice and all of that, yes, there's sacrifice, but sometimes the sacrifice is making sure that you're not planting your seed in infertile soil, in soil that cannot help you elevate and get to the next level. And it's being mindful and operating in that awareness that maybe I need to change who I'm communicating with. And that could be painful, right? Because maybe it's your spouse, maybe it's your significant other, maybe it's your partner, maybe it's your friend. And you're like, but wait, I want to take them with me. But maybe right now is not the time. You could do the right thing at the wrong time. Do you remember the space shuttle that exploded? They felt like we have to be on time. And they were like, wait, some of the engineers and physicists were like, wait, there's still some things that need to actually come together. And they were like, no, the time frame, we have to launch on this date. And it's not to say to procrastinate, but you want to make sure that you cross all the T's and dot all the I's. And they had all of the pieces, but they were doing the right thing. But at the wrong time, there were still certain things that needed to be fixed and adjusted. So think about that. You may be doing all of the right things. The timing may be off. And this is when prayer and faith comes in. And that's why when you're invited to these different webinars and seminars and events, because you're in the room, it may seem like I'm hearing the same thing over and over again, but as you progress and as you become a different version of yourself, it will have a different meaning. It's the same thing. Most books, honestly, are saying the same thing in a different way, but what makes the difference when it resonates with you, when it strikes a chord within you? Because the person that you're hearing it from have a similar story. You like them, right? You trust them, you know them. Keep showing up in the right environments. I often talk about Tobler's Law, and you all will hear myself as well as my husband talk about this because it is so crucial. It goes back to what you heard earlier about the reticular activation system. You start to see things over and over again when it becomes a seed planted in your awareness. Then now you're like, wait a minute. This is the next thing that I need. It may be that one thing that you need to hear. So you need to keep showing up. If when you look around, what you see is not inspiring, if it's not pushing you forward, if it's not inviting you to the next level, if it's not speaking to your potential, there's some things that you need to change. This is that sacrifice. This is part of that release. I remember when I would drive around, when I lived in the city, I would drive around and I would go to different communities. I would look online and see where are the different communities that have these multi-million-dollar homes. Like, where are they? I want to go to them. I would take my son to the park in communities where it looked different. It looked different because I understood Tobler's Law, which said that all things are connected and all things are like other things, but those things that are near are more like those things that they are closest to. So I started to pay attention to my environment. I saw a lot of abandonment. I saw a lot of, trash, like literal trash that's strewn over the streets. And I said, I don't want this to be what my son sees on a daily basis. This can't be. Because there's a seed that is planted, whether you realize it or not. And Dr. James talked about this, about the subconscious. On the subconscious level, when you start to see abandoned buildings, you think of abandonment. You may not think that it's a seed planted within you, but it is. You start to see that. And it's not to say that you need to just pack up and, hey, it's time to move. It may be, I don't know. But you have to make that decision. That's part of your blueprint. It was part of mine, because when I understood that at the core, that this was a scientific law, that those things that are around are most like those things that are around. The people that I was around at the moment, it did not make them bad. They just could not help me elevate. And we don't put enough time and attention into the thought of what and who am I around? What do I see on a daily basis? Is it uplifting? Is it empowering? Is it helping me in any other way? Or when I walk in the house, do I feel downtrodden? When I have conversations with certain people, do I just feel like my dreams are out of the window? All of a sudden, do I feel hopeless? Do I feel like it can't happen? Sometimes people think that they're doing and saying the right thing because they feel like, oh no, you're reaching too big. Why would you? Oh my gosh, why would you want to do that? There's a research study about crystallography. Okay, and this is the study of water when it forms, and some of you know about the hidden messages in water, but it goes a step further, that when you put a seed in water and you freeze it, what would actually show up is not the seed after it's frozen. It's the potential within the seed. So in the case of an apple, it did not show an apple seed. It reflected an actual apple. When they put a seed of a fig in the water, and the crystallography showed what was the image for that seed, it showed a fig tree. So it showed the potential of what was in the seed. But what happens is, because what we are around, the mirror neurons, and I'll talk about this in depth in my book, the mirror neurons, you start to reflect that which is around you. And not to go too deep into science, but you see it all the time as part of the algorithm. It's part of the dance. The algorithm within even on your Facebook, your YouTube, Google, whatever, you search for something and you get more of it because it's reflecting. It's part of your algorithm. So part of what you're seeing and what you're getting back on a daily basis is part of your algorithm. It's part of your mirror neurons. It's part of the reflection of what it is that you see on a daily basis. Now, you may not be able to move, and that's fine. This is all part of the release. If you're working at home and you're feeling like, oh my God, I feel stuck, make it a point once or twice per week to get out of the house and go to a different place. James says all the time, when we go to our son's chess tournaments, he says, I work better when I'm at a hotel. Just a different environment. It doesn't mean that where we are is bad or anything, just a different environment. Start seeing it starts to stir different information, and you start to see things. It stirs up different ideas. Even on the subconscious level, there are certain things that you're seeing that you don't even realize that an idea all of a sudden just came to mind. It's been in the environment of other people working. It's been in the environment of people that are thinking beyond the now. So that's the first thing, the release, right? The releasing the disbelief. And I want you to understand that a lot of times we try to give meaning and we try to give all of these different things to healing. Healing is automatic. So part of releasing goes back to healing, because what I realize is that there are layers that different people have to work through, because maybe something has happened as a child. Maybe something just happened this morning. Things happen and we give different definition to it. And sometimes it's the very thing that makes us feel like, well, I can't go any further. I can't move beyond right now because you don't understand. This happened to me. But let me help you understand that some things happen for you and not necessarily to you. Many of you know that my brother recently transitioned. And, I've everything that I study, it's like it all just kind of came to a head. And now I'm even more inspired to talk about what I talk about unlocking the blueprint of intention, your blueprint. And we would talk about this, and I would hear people have a cause. They have a cause. Something has happened. You have like Mothers Against Drunk Driving, and you have all of these different causes because something has happened that has stirred something. And so with what my husband and I are doing is just helping people to unlock that blueprint, especially when it comes to men and mental health and all of these different things. I mean, the level of stress that is being imposed on people. And I would have these conversations with my brother. I'm like, your environment, you have to change your environment. You have to change it. He's like, yeah, I know. I'm like, you have to change your environment. It's not that your environment is bad, but it's just not conducive with what it is that you see for your future. It's not conducive. Stressing you out. I even told him, I said, look at the grass. And he looked down at the grass and was just like, wow. When things thrive, everything thrives. The plants, the trees, the grass, the people. See, we don't talk about this enough. When I started doing my research and we're looking at these algorithms that show these different clusters of communities that are plagued with like breast cancer, and then other communities where you have children that are that you have elevated levels of lead in the blood. And I'm like, how do you just, and then we reverse engineered and created the algorithm to dictate and to show us where were these other clusters forming where it was most likely that people would suffer from these same ailments. And I was like, whoa, it was the environment. And when I started to realize that, going back to Tobler's law and all of these different things, I started to understand that I have to be so intentional about who I'm around and be intentional in operating your awareness of each step that you're at in the process of just life. There's so many different things that I want you to just start taking your time and be so intentional with your conversations. There's with crabs, if you know anything about crabs that molt, they release, they shed that layer, that shell. And it's a process, right? And I'm sure it's uncomfortable as they start to release that shell in order for them to grow, but that's what they have to do. They have to release that shell to go into a bigger shell. And they get soft in the process of releasing that smaller shell because it's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable. They don't like it. And some of you are in that place right now where we're coming up on 2026 and you're like, oh my God, looking back at 2025, January 1st, everybody's like, this is my year, 25, right? Come alive. And things start to happen. All the things. And now we're at the end and some people are like, they're feeling like their back is up against the wall. And they're like, what did I do for 2025? Does my 2025 look any different than my 2024? But what are you going to do differently? It's not the end. It's not over. Ramona said, this is fourth quarter. We're coming to the end of the fourth quarter, but let me reassure you that you've done the things, you put the things in place. Now you just have to activate. Now you just have to make a decision to just do it. I love having conversations, of course, with my husband. This man operates like a machine. I love it because that's the environment that I'm in, not just myself, but even our son. When he talks about chess, he's like, no, there's time pressure. He even mentioned the other day, he did 3 tournaments, won first place in 2 of them and won second place in 1 of them. And he said what he did when he won second place, he was like, I was winning. He said, but I got comfortable in my winning position. Don't get comfortable in your winning position. Keep going. Keep going. See it all the way through to the end. We're not at the end yet. And just to reassure you, it's not the end until it's over. So, of course, these are time constructs that, we come up with as these different standards, the new year, 2025, but it can start now. It can start now. You don't have to wait until 2026 and New Year's and all of these resolutions. Your resolution can be right now, right here, today. And one of the things that I realize is that sometimes other people can see things that you can't see, which is part of the revive part. That community of people. I've gotten more out of conversations that I've had with people. I get a lot out of coming to the events, but what I realize attending events is that all of us, we're not looking for anyone to give us any new information. We're looking to resonate and connect with something that sounds like what it is that we need, that resonate, that feels like our own personal truth. So with all of everything that is being offered, like connect to something, because your breakthrough is on the other side, is in a room with someone that can see things that you might not be able to see because you're in the frame. And sometimes people think they need one thing, and then someone who's listening with a little more experience is like, no, well, what I really hear is this. And you're like, I never even looked at it like this. I remember thinking that I needed an assistant. And here I am, I'm at a retreat. And they said, no, you don't need an assistant, you need a manager. And I was like, there's a flip. I was like, whoa, I believe you're right, to manage all the things that I have going on. And I was like, I don't need an assistant. An assistant is one that's just like, tell me what you need, I'll do that. But a manager is someone that can see things and be like, okay, let me help you structure all of this stuff because you have a lot of moving parts. But it's being in those rooms, but I had to pay to be in that room to get that, because it's like a tweak and an unlock, which is why we talk about unlocking the blueprint. Everybody's blueprint is different. Your blueprint is different than mine because you're at a different place. But your blueprint is tailored to you. My blueprint is tailored to me. We all have different gifts, different backgrounds that have brought us here, and different parts that we're moving. And we're like, okay, I have this part. I have my book. I have my workbook. Now what? I have all of these different things. And right now, it's not just getting more information. We have the information. We have information at our fingertips, baby. We got chat. We got AI. We got so many different chat systems that we could use. It's like we feel like we don't have to do the work. Yes, we do. Because people connect with people. Don't forget, there's still that human aspect, that autonomic nervous system that actually helps us to go and bridge to the next thing. that is automatically within us of how we operate. Your gifts are already encoded in your DNA. That's where stress and illness and all of these different things set up in the body, because when you're not moving, all of that just starts to lay dormant and your body can't function. There's no flow. And you're like, what's next? Get in the room. Plug in. Connect with the right people that can help you unlock. And you're like, oh, wow, I wish I'd have done this sooner. I could have avoided a whole lot of hiccups, shortfalls, made my pivots sooner, saved a lot of money, right? They talk about systems that save yourself stress, time, energy, and money. So now let's talk about what the next thing is, as far as just being mindful of your conversations that you have. There's a video of Venus Williams with her dad, right? She's doing an interview. I think she's around 13. And she's talking to the interviewer. And the interviewer is asking her about her purpose for being there. She's like, I'm going to be the champion. I'm going to win. And he was like, you sound so certain. I encourage you to look this up. I see the details in the smallest things. He said, you sound so certain. And she's like, yeah, so emphatically, just without any hesitation. She was like, yeah, because that's what I plan to do. That's why I'm here. And he was like, well, he kept asking, how can you be so sure? And her father, okay, talk about just being in tune, came around that corner and said, look, you heard what she said. This is a 13-year-old, I think she was 13. This is a 13-year-old girl. Don't try to plant any seed of doubt. I let my son see that. I said, because I need you to see this, because as a grandmaster, he will be, okay? It's just time hasn't caught up yet. He will be, is his words, and I'm there to support it. We're there to support it. And I let him see it. And he was just like, yeah, he tried to plant a seed of doubt. And I said, I need you to see this. Different things I point out, I need you to see this. I need you to see this. Because what most people have are layers of those disbeliefs of other people. We talked about this earlier. Other people. And it's not so much that you feel that other people are trying to keep you back, because sometimes they may be, but they're superimposing their own beliefs onto you. And you're picking it up and you're running with it and you're making it your own. So you have to release the belief that whatever they said matters or counts. You get to give it definition. So in that situation, even with Tiger Woods, his aunt, they put her out because she had doubt. When Tiger Woods was much younger, he said, yeah, I want to be the world's greatest golf player. And the aunt is like, that boy needs to do something different. He needs to do something else. He needs to do something other than what he's doing. Golf isn't everything. He needs to be in school and blah, blah, blah. They had to put auntie out. Sometimes you have to put auntie, whether auntie is whoever, spouse, uncle, put them out. And sometimes it's not even physically. Sometimes it's mental. You have to put it out. You have to put it out. But that's why being in different communities, the right community, because there are a lot of communities out there, and sometimes you don't gel with them, right? And sometimes you come into a community and you're like, this is exactly where I need to be. These are my people, right? These are my people. And so hearing those different interviews and hearing those different situations, it is so important. So that's part of that revive. The revive. You're not looking for anything outside of you. You're looking for things to connect with and resonate to help bring it out of you. Right? Like the Mandela effect. The Mandela effect. It's when other people around you can see things in you and speak life in you, and where you're like, wow, it helps to draw it out. They see it already. And they're like, I'm not here to harm you. I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here to help you see something that you might not even be able to see. Does that make sense? Type revive in the comments, because champions eliminate distractions on this journey. And I post a little bit about the journey with our son on his way and the different steps in the process of becoming the grandmaster and the world greatest chess player. These aren't my words, these are his words, and we're there to support it. And you have to be mindful of those ear gates, hearing different people. We had talked to a grandmaster the other day, okay, and he was like, becoming a world champ, that's such a great feat. That's pretty strong, to have that that as such a goal, and Caden's like, yeah, like, that's my goal. And he's just like, wow, but that's huge. I'm just a mere grandmaster. And Caden's like, okay. And he was like, he made it sound like it was so difficult. And I was just like, eh. I said, no, let me help you let me take something back. Let's reel this thing back, because our son is just about an 1800. If you know anything about that, that's close to master level. Okay. And he, just to give you a little bit of his journey, he started out local park district, learned about chess, and was just like, came home one day and was just like, oh, I'm going to do this. I'm going to be a grandmaster without any hesitation. That was just him. That wasn't us planting the seed. He said it. And I was like, okay. Now, mind you, I don't play chess. His dad plays chess. I don't play chess. Okay. I watch them, but I don't play. So it's not like it's coming from me. And he and Dr. James, they play and they have fun and they banter back and forth. But it wasn't that he started at home. He started at the park district like he did everything else. He did basketball, he did baseball, he did, MMA, you name it, soccer, did all of that, but came home and said, I'm going to do this. I'm going to be a grandmaster. We got him a coach. After about 4 sessions, he said, I don't need that particular coach. And nothing against the guy, but I allowed him to speak from his experience, from what he was feeling. Come on now, somebody. What he was feeling. He said, I don't need that particular coach. He said, hey, he won't play me. He only want to go over some of the old games, which, okay, that's fine. But Caden kept saying, I want to play you. Like, I get better by playing. I get better by doing. Write that down. I get better by doing. He said, I get better by doing. I have to do it. I have to, Mom, put me in tournaments. Like, I need to. So we're in tournaments, like left and right. Our weekends are filled with tournaments. And here it is. Okay. We fired the coach. I told him, I was like, it's nothing against you, but and Kanan has elevated through the ranks. We go to the tournaments and they're like, who's your coach? Like, what team are you on? Like, who's teaching you? And he's like, I'm pretty much teaching myself. And I'm sure that there are some things with the right coach that can help him to avoid certain pitfalls. But he learns by way of playing and seeing certain things and go back. And people are like, well, what openings do you play? And he was like, well, I kind of create my own openings. And he was like, the people whoever openings you're reading about, where did they get it from? They created it. So he is so baked in. Now, fast forward, talking to the GM, he was like, what books are you reading? Blah, blah, blah. And he was just like, well, I kind of create my own thing. He was like, well, what rank are you? At that time, the system had not updated yet. He was like, it was like 1580. This is what we thought. He said, wow, for you to get to a 1580 with no coach, and wow, that's pretty good. And he was like, I'm impressed. And I'm like, exactly, Kaden. You did that. You did that. Keep doing what you're doing. Now, fast forward, after they updated the system and with the Chess Federation, and he gets these norms and all of these different things. I have to look it up and find out, what does this mean? And he's 1746, pretty much almost 1800. And I was like, the next tournament, you will be over at 1800. And he was just like, I said, exactly. So don't let what other people say about, oh, that's going to be a difficult feat. I said, he's trying to protect you, but you it's in you. When it's in you, when it's encoded in your DNA, when you get ready to open your mouth and someone says, well, what is it that you do? This is what you want to form your lips to say, but you feel like maybe a fraud because you haven't quite gotten there yet, or you don't feel like you've arrived. It's there. You just have to be in the right rooms. If you're spilling out and you're planting your seed, and even in the Bible, it talks about not casting your pearls among swine. If you're speaking to people who are not in alignment with what it is that God is giving you, I would not go and talk to someone about becoming a great dancer if they want to be an artist. Like, you're talking to the wrong people. You might be in front of the wrong audience. And that's why you have to pivot and be around people who are saying, no, this is exactly what you're saying, but here it is what you need, creating that gap analysis so that you can start to see bigger and broader faster. Does that make sense? Type in the chat, say bigger and broader faster. Now, I know I'm coming up on my time. I know I don't see Dr. James. He hasn't come and kicked me off yet. He's so on top of it, y'all. He sent me a message, was like, you're up next, and I don't see you in the green room. I was like, So he does a fine job with that. So you all give kudos to Dr. James Dilley and his team, Denise, and everyone who works together to pull these things together to just make it happen. Because my sister is like texting me and like, sister, I need you to get this. But I want to point some things out to you real quick, because as we go through this, and we talked about releasing in the beginning, and I talked about, having a cause, and I realized that my mission became greater. I didn't want it in this way. But I started to realize that, and I think about people like the young brother, Neelan, right? Marshawn Neelan. And, people suffer even having all the things. But sometimes they have all the things and they compound everything, and they have all of these things that are stacked on top of all of this hidden stuff that should have been released, that someone should help to get out of you. And sometimes that just comes with movement. There's a saying that says that nothing stores sadness more graphically than the human body. And sometimes what the mind tries to forget is stored in the body. And there are certain things that you could do, certain movement. You got somatic movements to help you just kind of release, and being around the right people to just let it go. I mentioned that the other day while I was working out. I mean, drinking plenty of water. There's there are little things, simple things, but there are things that are necessary for you to release. And that's one of the things that I have that is going on. I'm starting it in November, actually November 17th, about just releasing and elevating and going to the next level, because there may be those layers of things that you're steady piling more stuff on top. It's almost like when you wash clothes, right? If you're like, man, I have so many things to do, and you take that pile of clothes, you get them out the dryer and you throw them on your bed, and then you wash another load because you're so busy, and then you throw the next load once that's dry on top of the bed. And now you have all of these different layers, but what you really need to do is get down and start working on what's already at the bottom. Work on what's already there. You have so much information. You have so many things. You've taken so many notes, right? Instead of having shelf development, is that what you call it, Ramona? Instead of having all of the shelf development, get with the people that will help you to unpack it. And that's what we're doing on the 17th. 21 days. Release. What is it? What is it in your environment? Are you even clear on what it is that you want? Because sometimes we think that what it looks like is one thing, but really what you're trying, what you're striving. I'm not even going to say trying, because we don't even use that word, but your accomplishment is in a whole different direction, but you're moving so fast in the wrong direction. You're like, I'm so lost. I'm so behind. I just feel like I don't have any help. You need to release, because it's not the people, because some of those people you can't get rid of. They live with you. Okay. But you can get rid of the idea that they're holding you back. You can reframe the mind on that. So 21 days, starting November 17th. We'll have a jump off, a kickoff. We'll have some things that we'll do every single day as a release. And you'll see a difference. You'll feel a difference. You'll know that there's something different. Other people will know it, because sometimes we have to be the forerunner. Not sometimes, for most of us. Because we didn't start with the silver spoon. You may not have come from a wealthy family, but a wealthy family can come from you. And wealth is not just money. Wealth is not just financial. Wealth has a lot to do with clarity and understanding, a foundation. Many people's foundation has been shaken, and they're not even clear. But let's unpack that. Are you even clear on what is there, those different layers that need to be revealed? Right? And if it's not for you, maybe it's for someone else, that you can help them to unpack certain layers, so that as they move through and they start to see and accomplish, like it feels good. It's not burdensome. One of the young brothers, I remember our son calling us, his name was Daniel Naroditsky. Recently, he's a streamer, he's a chess GM, grandmaster, and the whole chess world was shooken. Like, this young brother, passed away. I think Daniel was 29, 35, 29. Young, but the stress of it all. So how do we do it and still be able to navigate through life and have it where it feels good, it feels natural, there's a flow, a natural flow. So we're going to get that back. We're going to pull that out. You'll be in the community of people that's like, hey, let me show you this, because the next thing will be the retreat, which I'm so excited about that. So yes, there's a way to connect. You can always connect with me on social media. My Instagram, if you're there, is Life by Kara Official. My Facebook, you could just Google me, Kara Scott Bentley. All of these things will pop up. But I want you to understand that everything is already all right. You know, we're moving into this season, the holiday season. A lot of people are dealing with a lot of loss, a lot of grief. But I want you to just constantly tell yourself that everything is already all right. You're not waiting on things to be okay. You're not looking for things that eventually will get you back on the right track. You got it. You got it. You may need to change your environment, but you already got it. And tell yourself everything is already okay. And that environment, when I tell you it is so pivotal and so critical for you to understand how it plays such an important role, that along with, of course, relationships and clarity. And I talk about all of that in my book. I talk about all of it, but to actually have a frame of reference where we go through your blueprint of that is also part of the program that I offer. So we have it on the bottom there, if you can see that. So $197, which is worth far more than that. It's worth far more than that. But it's 21 days, just deep diving. Let's get into it. Let's get into it, because some people don't have that accountability of someone saying certain things, or you may feel like, no, I don't need that. Every quantum leap that I've had in my life has come from being in the right rooms and being connected to the right people that I didn't even know that I needed to be connected to. If many of you know, like the story with James and I, Dr. James, when we first went out to an event in California, from there we wound up at someone's penthouse. From there, we wound up in Dubai. From there, we wound up in all these different things in another event. And then we wound up being knighted. All of this started literally from one event that led to the next, that led to the next. So you keep moving, because what you don't want to happen if you're feeling stuck is for inertia to set in, where there's no movement, where you literally just stop. You want to make sure that you keep that momentum going. You're here now. So let this right now, right here, be the beginning of the rest of your life. Make it happen today, right now. Make a decision. If you feel like, okay, next week, I'm just starting Monday. Like, let that be what it's going to be. Write it down. I read somewhere, you may have read it as well, where it says, write the vision and make it plain. Write it down. Look, on Monday, this is what I'm doing. Everything that I've ever moved all the way through to completion started with me writing it down. And every single thing, buy my parents a house, wrote it down. Before then, it was a thought. It was an idea. This is what I want. This is what I'm going to do. Here's my why. I want to buy my parents a house. Da, 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 da. I mean, it brought me to tears, right? They said, if your why don't make you cry, then your why is not big enough. And I would just, oh my God. The minute I wrote it down, and I wrote down December 31st of that year, which was 2021. 2021? Nope, 2019. I wrote it down. I said by December 31st of 2019, my parents we buying a house. We are closing on a house. Do you know on December 26th of that year, we closed on that house? Wrote it down and put it with a date. Otherwise, it's just a wish. So making sure that you're connected with the right people, right? I see Dr. James. Dr. James peeped in here. Hey, honey.
Hey, hello. How you doing? Write down the vision and make it plain. That's Habakkuk 2 and 2. There you go. What? Buy one of those last books in the Old Testament.
Yes. So that's pretty much it. I appreciate you all. Make sure that the rest of your life is the best of your life. And I'm gonna say this one last thing. With an egg, if it's cracked from the outside, it actually behooves death. But if it's cracked from the inside, it actually begets life. So make sure that which is within you is coming out of you, but being in the right environment for other people to actually see it and help bring it out. That's what life is about. So I love you all. God bless you. Connect with me, social media. The information is already there. If you want to do the 21-day program, I would love to have you. We're going to have a lot of fun, and you're going to see a lot of different things that are just unpacked. And I'm looking forward to it. So I love you all. Peace and God bless.
Thank you, Baroness. I appreciate it. Bye-bye. Catch you later. Pretty incredible. You know, one of the things that Baroness Kara was sharing with you is that everything in our life happens inside of us. The effect of it can result outside, but everything happens inside of us. When we even see things we don't see with our eyes, we see through them. It takes in prism of light, brings in signals, and we see that in here. It's always the thought first. If you feel pain, that pain is happening inside of us. Even the wound may happen outside of us. So whether it be happiness or joy, whatever it is that you choose, your life is happening inside of you. And once you work on becoming inner directed, and we talked about this earlier when we began to learn to build your future from the future. And I'll reiterate that again before we end today, but also next week when we do part 2 of this series, we're going to go back a little deeper into that. Really, what does that really mean to build your future from the future? So I've given you some exercises a little earlier. I have more for you to come. I'm going to play a real quick video, and I want you guys to know that, you know, some exciting things are happening with Limitless TV. You know, we started off at JD3 TV, and it's still active because we still have people that are on the network using JD3 TV. We have limitlesstv.net, but soon we have another channel that's about to launch that we're really, really excited about. So I'm going to play a commercial. I'm going to bring up our next speaker right on the other side of this commercial. So give me about, I'll tell you what, I'm going to play 2 commercials. Give me about 1 minute. We'll be right back with an amazing speaker. He's going to talk to you about how to turn stress into success. All right.
So we're going to have some fun, okay?
Now, help you enjoy.
Yeah!
This is your time.
I want to take you on an emotional roller coaster ride.
So excited. Glad you approved.
That's what's going to change the world.
We are so excited.
We got a lot to go over.
That is what I call bliss.
You've got to play to level 10 every single day.
Our life is all about stories.
That's exactly what you need.
Yep. I'm here to disrupt what you're saying.
Download JD3 TV today.
You have got to make that water dirty on those collard greens.
All right, and I am back. Well, I'm here to bring up our next incredible speaker. I'm really excited because it's our first time having him. But when I got a chance to hear him in California speak, in Ontario, California, and we began to tell me about some philosophy, some psychology, some different ways of thinking and patterns of thinking, how we think and why we think that way. I knew it was a real deal. As time went on, I got a chance to work very, very closely with him. We speak every single week. And this gentleman, Sir James Gray Robinson, is not just a sir, he is actually a baron of the Royal Order. And right now, I believe there's only 4 barons in the entire United States of America. However, he's also a knight commander, an esquire, and Sir James Gray Robinson is a world-renowned author. He's a world-renowned speaker. He's a coach and a filmmaker that helps attorneys and professionals transform their stress into success. He's a former trial lawyer with 30 years of high-stake litigation experience, and he pivoted after burnout and spending 2 decades mastering neuroscience, healing, and personal development as well. And I want to throw business development in there as well because he's pretty incredible. He's the founder of Awakened Mastery. He teaches attorneys, high achievers, and everyday people who are ready to run their careers like a business, to create the freedom that they want in their life, to be resilient in all the things they do, and create sustainable growth. He's actually an award-winning author. He's done over 13 different books and produced multiple films. I happen to be very honored to have been in one of those films as well, Beyond Limitations. And he's received the Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award and International Humanitarian Award for his global impact and his service. Ladies and gentlemen, we bring to the front of the stage Baron James Robinson. Hello, Baron. How are you?
Oh, Baron, I'm doing great. And I just want to compliment you on such a wonderful, meaningful program you have put together. I just learning so much. And it's like this needs to, I hope, be in everybody's living room. Baron James is one of those people. I've always said that you can tell a person's character by the type of people they hang out with. And I just say I hang out with Baron James, and that's all I need to say. So,
my friend. Well, I'm going to turn it over to you. If you want to work, you're going to move your slides. I'm going to move your slides. I'll be right here taking notes. I'll be present. So I'm here to serve.
If you could turn the page, I would be very grateful. I've got about 3 different things going right now, and if I could say change the slide, I'll give you half of the proceeds of this.
Hey, look, enjoy yourself, ladies and gentlemen. Baron James Gray Robinson, turning stress into success. Take plenty of notes. Be right back on the other side of this great conversation because I know I'll be writing.
Hello, everyone. Let me ask you a question. How many of you have ever said the words, "I'm stressed"? Raise your hand. Yes. Good. If your hand isn't up, congratulations. You're either retired, heavily medicated, or psychotic. Could you change the slide? My name is James Gray Robinson, and I was an active trial lawyer for almost 30 years. I've been a lawyer for 50 years, which means a couple of things. One is I learned how to make money arguing with strangers. And secondly, I learned how to be respectful, even though I might not be having the best of times. Having spent almost 50 years practicing law, that means my boundaries were built with strong coffee. They're firm, bold, and slightly bitter. But I also learned something that changed my life, and that's what I want to share with you today. And that is, stress isn't your enemy, it's your teacher. It's a built-in signal that success is trying to get your attention. Now, there are a couple of different ways you can become an expert at something. One is by doing it so many times that you master it. Another way of doing it is study and reading books and being certified in it. I consider myself to be an expert at burnout. And the reason I consider myself to be an expert at burnout is because I had a nervous breakdown. It was at the peak of my legal career when I was overwhelmed with stress, anxiety, and worry. Let me ask you, can anyone relate to being overwhelmed? Can anybody relate to being stressed, anxious, or worried? When I was practicing law, I thought stress was a badge of honor. You know the type. First in, last out, phone glued to my ear, adrenaline running on espresso. I was juggling constantly. And you know what I told myself? I told myself this is what success looks like. Until one day, my body said, this is going to kill you. And guess what? I hit a wall. My health crashed. My relationships cracked. I was winning cases, but I was losing myself. I woke up one morning and I could not get out of bed. I was having a level 20 panic attack. Now, if anybody's ever had PTSD, I was diagnosed with PTSD long ago and mainly from a traumatic childhood. But The problem with it is that when your panic attack hits, you can't do anything. And that's when I discovered that I really didn't want to be a lawyer anymore. And that's when I also discovered the truth. You can't outwork stress, but you can aim it. Now, I want you to just look at the awards on that slide. I want you to know I won all of those awards after my nervous breakdown. And I learned how to aim stress. Okay, could you change the slide? So let's talk about what stress really is. Most people that think that stress is caused by too much work, too little time, and too many lawyers. But I have found that most of the time it's just people thinking that they don't like their life. They wish life was different and they don't know what to do about it. Could you change the slide? But in truth, stress isn't about what's happening. It's about what's happening in here and what's happening down here. When your thoughts say, I can't handle this, and your body believes you and goes into full-on DEFCON 1 survival mode. I just learned the other day that I thought DEFCON 5 was the worst one, but actually it's DEFCON 1 is the worst one. So you learn something new every day. Now we'll talk about the neurobiology of DEFCON 1 in a second, but if you could change the slide. Here's the good news. Your stress response is the same system that fuels your performance. It's the energy of focus, clarity, and action. You just need to aim it. Don't fight it. Okay, change the slide. Let me ask you a question. What if every time you felt stressed, instead of saying, I'm overwhelmed, you tell yourself, success is calling. I'd better answer. What, instead of thinking, I'm doing something wrong, you think something wonderful is about to happen. And I'll tell you a personal story. That's my personal mantra. That every day I wake up and I say, something wonderful is going to happen. And about every 10 minutes, I say that to myself. Doesn't matter what's happening. I say to myself, something wonderful will happen. And I'll explain the neurobiology of that in a little bit. But if you keep your focus on something good is going to happen, then you're not going to worry so much about the things that are not happening the way you want. So let me ask you a quick question. What's the number one thing that stresses you out right now? So write it down or shout it out if you're brave. All right. And next to that, I want you to write, what is this trying to teach me? And that is the $1 million question. Because stress is not punishment, it's feedback. So I want to share with you the 3 laws of turning stress into success. So if we go back to law number 1, here we go. Energy follows focus. What you focus on expands. I'm sure you've heard that. But if you focus on problems, all you're going to do is find more of them. If you focus on possibilities, your brain rewires to find the solutions. For example, do any of you or have any of you heard of the reticular activating system? Don't worry, that's a part of your brain that actually sees what you're looking for. And so if you're looking for something, chances are you're probably going to find it. So, for example, did you ever notice that when you buy a new car, suddenly everyone's driving your car? And when you never noticed that before. But that's your reticular activating system, because it is something that's evolved in our brains that help us survive. And that is, if you're looking for beauty, you'll find beauty. If you're looking for love, you'll find love. If you're looking for saber-toothed tigers, you'll see saber-toothed tigers. It's something called cognitive bias, which we'll get to in a second, but your brain will see what you're looking for. So if you keep focusing on stress, guess what you'll keep seeing? You'll keep finding evidence of what will cause the stress. So as you're hearing me say this, I want you to imagine shifting your focus from pressure to purpose. Okay, let's go to law number 2. Change your physiology and change your state. One of my mentors is Harv Eker, and he says, your motion creates your emotion. So let's test that. I want you to stand up just for a second, and I want you to shake your arms, shake your shoulders, take a big, deep breath, and a big smile. Now say out loud, I got this. Say it again. I got this. Say it again. I got this. So how do you feel? See, you've changed nothing outside of you, but everything inside of you. Okay, let's go to law number 3. Stress transforms through meaning. And I heard one day, and I put it up here, it's not the load that breaks you, it's how you carry it. If you think stress means danger, then you're going to fight it. If stress means growth, you're going to use it. And it's all about the energy. It's all about how you use that energy. Let me ask you one other question. Can you think of a challenge that turned out to be a blessing in disguise? Have you ever had one of those experiences? Let me tell you, that's proof that success hides inside stress like a seed in the soil. So let's go to the next slide. When stress hits you hard, do you know where stress comes from physically? Stress is the product of the autonomic nervous system. Does anybody know what the autonomic nervous system does? It's a part of our brain that's actually the oldest part of our brain that is our survival mechanism. Back when we only had a handful of cells to throw together and we could breathe and we could move around in the amniotic fluid, we had an autonomic nervous system. And this is completely separate from our conscious nervous system, which is our frontal lobe, our rational brain. This is instinct. This is inspiration. And there are 2 parts to the autonomic nervous system. There's the sympathetic nervous system, which I call the warrior. And then there's the parasympathetic nervous system that I call the guru. Those 2 function completely different in that the warrior is what happens when we're faced with threat. The guru is what happens when we're feeling safe. And the way the brain is designed is that we should only be in warrior mode for very, very short periods of time. We're only designed to be able to recognize danger and either fight or flight. If we see a predator coming towards us, we're going to instantly react. We don't have to think about it because those people that thought about it died. So the people that didn't have to think about it, they instantly reacted, were the ones that survived. And so that's how evolution gave us this autonomic nervous system. Now, here's the blessing and the curse. Because when the warrior engages, and let me tell you, you don't decide when the warrior engages. It does it automatically based on what you perceive. That's why some people can have a panic attack when there's nothing happening because they think something's happening. And that's what PTSD is all about. And that's what trauma is all about. Because our brain is programmed to see threat everywhere, especially if we have trauma-related problems. But when the warrior engages, the body produces significant amounts of adrenaline and cortisol. Now, does anybody know what cortisol and adrenaline is? Those two, they're like jet fuel. They are what can help a mother pick up a car off of her infant that the car just rolled over. For 90 seconds, we have superhuman strength and superhuman speed. Does anybody know what that does to the body? It stresses you out and it makes you feel invincible for a few seconds. But the longer that you're flooded with adrenaline and cortisol, the more unhealthy it is and the more stressful it is on the body. Now, the other side of the coin, the guru mode, is supposed to be our default mode because hopefully we're not in situations that we're under threat for long periods of time. This is what happens to first responders and military and other people who are in life-threatening situations day after day after day. And their body is flooded with adrenaline and cortisol over and over and over again. But our body is supposed to be in guru mode. And let me share some of the good news about that. Because when you're in guru mode, your body produces things like oxytocin, melatonin, serotonin, and dopamine. And I'm going to tell you, those chemicals can make you feel euphoric, happy, on top of the world, invincible and bulletproof. You can relax. And I can tell you that the guru mode is the reason why we've been able to create civilization. Because you can communicate, you can collaborate, you can settle things, negotiate things, you can compromise. All of these things are absolutely necessary in order to build a healthy universe. Without the guru, we're just fighting each other all the time. And we're looking, because the brain does what it does, when we're focused on fighting, we will just keep finding reasons to fight, whether they're reality or not. You can't control whether the warrior comes out, but you can turn it off. And the problem most people don't understand is if you are in warrior mode for significant periods of time, you become addicted to it. Literally, your body becomes used to the adrenaline and cortisol. That's why people who are so stressed are oftentimes unhappy, overweight, have sleeping problems, they have insomnia. That is because they've become addicted to the adrenaline and cortisol. And just like anybody who's addicted to a substance, being addicted to adrenaline and cortisol creates a subconscious craving for the chaos that they cause. And so your subconscious will constantly create scenarios that will require the warrior mode to come out. So if you're in a situation where all you see is danger, 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 Will Robinson, it's probably because you're addicted to a cortisol and adrenaline. Stress has become normalized. And the downside of that is when you do go back into guru mode, it feels uncomfortable. So when you're relaxed, it feels uncomfortable. When you're happy, it feels uncomfortable. I know that sounds backwards, but that's actually what's going on in your brain. So let me give you some practical tips on how to turn the warrior off, because this is critical to dealing with stress. And most people don't understand that if you don't know how to turn stress off, then you're going to be a victim of it. And I can promise you that all of those awards that I won after I burned out, if I hadn't learned how to manage stress, if I hadn't learned how to turn it off, I would never have won those awards. So next slide, please. The 90-second rule. So the warrior is only designed to turn on for 90 seconds. And then it's supposed to turn off automatically. If you don't have a host of emotional problems and mental problems, that's generally what happens. You get real excited for 90 seconds and then you calm down. And the adrenaline turns off and the cortisol turns off. It's 90 seconds. So if you can breathe, you can pause and don't react for 90 seconds. You'll respond with wisdom, not reflex. So say somebody says something that upsets you, or you're informed of something that upsets you. Count to 90. You may have heard the old saying, count to 10, but you may want to consider counting to 90, because I've often found, and people I've trained to do this will tell you, that if you count to 90, a lot of times the emergency just disappears into the fantasy, the delusion that it was. If you can count to 90, great. Otherwise, just hold your breath for 90 seconds. Next slide, please. One of the great things that we can do to manage stress is to breathe. In fact, breathing is the only thing that we have to do in life. If you think about it, if you stop breathing, that's it. But everything else is optional. So learn to breathe. That's why when you take a meditation class, they teach you to breathe. There's pranayama yoga. I don't know if you've heard of that, but that's actually a system of breathing that the yogis in India developed to regulate your body. It regulates your heart rate, it regulates your blood pressure, it regulates everything, your digestion, everything. Depending on how you're breathing, you can either ramp up your body or you can calm it down. But it's the simplest thing to do is what is called the 3-breath reset. And just think that if you're upset about something, think about resetting, rebooting. And I want you to take 3 deep breaths. Let's try this. Okay. I want you to inhale, calm and relaxation. Hold it to focus. And then exhale to let it all go. One more time. Inhale, calm and relaxation. Hold it to focus. And then exhale and release all negativity. One more time. Inhale, calm. Hold your focus and exhale, release. I promise you, if you do that, if you have the presence of mind to do that when you're upset, you will instantly calm down. And that's how you reboot your nervous system anywhere. In a doctor's office, in a board meeting, at your children's recitals, whatever it is, you can calm down in a heartbeat. Okay, next slide, please. Let's go back to the gratitude flip. 3 breath, reset. Next. Okay, this is what's called the gratitude flip. And I will tell you that, in my opinion, gratitude is the strongest emotion in our whole range of emotions. And I believe that because it will solve any problem. It will allow you to come up with solutions for anything. So I asked you before, what is bothering you? So just write down one thing that's stressing you out. And then next to it, write down one thing that's good about it. It may be hard to do, but maybe it's forcing you to grow. Maybe it's forcing you to ask for help. Maybe it's about finally setting boundaries. You know, one thing that I found, and I had to explain this to my children many times, that patience is just the Lord's way of teaching us how to survive and to be grateful. But the Lord has an infuriating way of teaching patience. But if you can remember that maybe what's happening is trying to teach you patience, then you will learn that maybe not everything has to happen right away. And just like that question I had earlier about, have you ever had an experience that you thought was a disaster and it turned into a miracle? That's just the Lord's way of giving us what we want. It's just we always get so frustrated when we don't get it right away. But if you can do that, congratulations. You've just turned stress into strategy. Next slide. So one thing I teach my clients is that one of the most useful things to develop is confidence. Confidence that no matter what happens, you're going to survive. Confidence that you'll be able to figure it out. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've been confronted with a situation, especially as a trial lawyer, where you don't know the answer and you have no idea how this thing's going to turn out. But if you have confidence, then you know that you'll finally get the answer somewhere. That's the difference between you getting stressed out and being successful. Just a little bit of confidence. So if you sprinkle that all over the problem, I think you're going to find the solution. So let me explain to you some physical ways to turn off the warrior and turn on the guru. And I gave a TEDx talk on this, and I can tell you that that was probably one of the most meaningful TEDx talks that was given that night. And TEDx fought me on this for months because they didn't believe that this was solid science. I mean, I had to go and give them the book and page number of the study that shows that this actually works. But eventually they agreed with me and allowed me to post the TEDx talk on YouTube. So the truth finally won out. And I can tell you that's a perfect way of exercising patience. Is just to be, I was confident that what I knew was the truth, that it worked, and we'll, and I didn't care how much information they wanted. I was going to show to them that this works because it's so effective that we really have no reason to be stressed if we know how to do these things. So the first thing that you can do to turn off the warrior and turn on the guru is really complicated. So I want you to watch my face very closely. Smile. The reason that smiling will turn off the warrior is that it activates your facial nerves, and which are connected to your cranial nerves, which are connected to your vagus nerve. And when you activate all those things, you instantly calm down. Have you ever been in a room and somebody comes in and they've got a frown on their face and they're very aggressive and they're obviously unhappy? How does that make you feel? But then somebody comes in and they're smiling and laughing and hugging and they're shaking hands. How does that make you feel? So which one do you think has the better energy? I can promise you that if you walk around with a smile on the face, more times than not, you're not going to get all those triggers, all of those negative things that can trigger you into the warrior mode. I mean, this is not Pollyanna. This is not being unrealistic. This is just proving to yourself that a smile will make you relax, will make you smart, it will make you healthy, and it will make your life a lot easier. So the second thing you can do to turn off the warrior and turn on the guru is, get this, cold water. If you're really stressed out, if you're really overwhelmed, wash your hands in cold water, or wash your face in cold water. Or if you're really stressed, go take a cold shower or go jump in an ice-covered lake. I guarantee you, you're going to reboot, especially when you're gasping for breath. I heard someone say something one time, is that you can't complain when you're gasping for breath. Well, if you're in cold water, your whole nervous system reboots and you calm down. I actually have a tub out on my back porch that I keep at about 45 degrees, which feels like 30 degrees. And anytime that I'm upset about something, I go and I get in that tub, and I promise you, 30 seconds later, I don't have a problem anymore, except I'm looking for a blanket. The third thing you can do is rub your forearms like this. Scientists have actually determined that when you excite the hairs on your forearm, that it signals all of your nerves that are all connected to your brain to calm down. I think it has something to do with when we're born and our mothers hold us and rub our forearms, that's a sign that we're safe and our needs will be met. But try it. I mean, if you are really upset, just rub your forearms. People may think you're crazy, but at least you'll relax. The next one is, I have to tell on myself that I was a deacon in the Southern Baptist Church, and I went to a church that the choir master was always asking people to join the choir. And the preacher got up to the podium one day and said, the choir master's really looking for new talent. Everyone except Gray Robinson needs to go audition. That's how good my singing voice is. But singing will instantly calm you down. That's why we love to sing, even if we're way off key. If you remember to sing, I promise you, any situation will get better. Once again, they may think you're crazy, but this is about us, right? This is about me. This is about you. How do you calm down? How do you get happy? Sing. That's why we love to sing in the shower. That's why we love to hum tunes. That's why we love to sing at church, because it puts us in a better mood. That's why monks love to chant Om. Om. Okay, do that with me. That's a simple word. I want you to do this and do it as deeply as you can, tone-wise, because the deeper it is, the more it vibrates and the more you calm your brain down. And I want you to think of whatever it is that is upsetting you that you wrote down. I want you to think about that while you're chanting. So let's do it 3 times. Om. 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 I don't know about you, but that calms me right down. And I hope it calms you down too. The last thing you can do is to simply say thank you and mean it. Just as I said before, gratitude being one of those emotions that will overcome any negative emotion. Saying thank you to life is probably one of the most positive, self-affirming things you can do. If somebody comes up to you and starts criticizing you, say thank you, and you'll be amazed at how quickly they shut up. If somebody gives you bad news, say thank you, and it won't be quite so bad. If you say thank you to everything that the Lord gives you, even if you don't like it, you'll be able to deal with it in a much more positive way. And this is how you turn stress into success, because if you're confronted with bad news and you can be grateful about it, you will be able to log into your inspiration and your intuition in your subconscious mind, because you're calmed down. You've gone into guru mode and you can figure out a solution. So let's do another exercise. Let's see, could you go back one? Let's see where we are. I still get stressed. I just do it strategically. Okay, go to the one before. Yeah, that one. So just think of it this way. Diamonds are coal that handled stress really well. Because who in their right mind would want to subject themselves to 100 million pounds of pressure for 100 million years to get to be a diamond? But that's the way life is. That's the way we improve ourselves. That's the way that we get to go from stress to success, because we take it as a positive thing and it makes us better people. So next slide. One of my mentors is Harv Eker, and I don't know if you know who that is, but he was a very successful personal growth and business consultant for many years. And he used to say, I don't manage stress, I master it. So let's repeat that. Repeat with me. I don't manage stress, I master it. One more time. I don't manage stress, I master it. One more time. I don't manage stress, I master it. You know, there's a certain magic in saying things out loud 3 times. That's an ancient Jewish Kabbalah teaching. But if you say something out loud 3 times, it will come true. Here's another one. Let's repeat this one. Stress is my energy, not my enemy. One more time. Stress is my energy, not my enemy. Stress is my energy, not my enemy. Next slide. I suppose sometimes life feels like a chrysalis. And if you don't know what a chrysalis is the cocoon that a butterfly wraps itself in when it's a worm, and it grows into a butterfly. And it's the breaking out of the chrysalis that makes the butterfly strong enough to fly. They did studies that prove that if you cut the chrysalis and the butterfly just comes out without having to break through it, without having to strain, without having to push against the chrysalis, then they couldn't fly. So stress is like the chrysalis. Stress is the tension between who you are and who you are becoming. It's growth. And all growth is painful. I remember when one of my sons had growing pains. I hope that you've never had to experience this, but he would wake up screaming at night when he was about 6 years old. And he's about 1.5 feet taller than I am. But for him, when he started growing, it was painful. And the thing I tried to teach him is that it was a natural part of life. And we got him some aspirin and hoped that he would be pain-free. But it was a necessary part of growth. And it also tells you you're alive. I mean, if you don't feel anything, you might want to check and see if you're still breathing. Because everything on this side of the grass involves a certain amount of pain. Now, it doesn't have to be excruciating, but it's enough to let you know you're alive. But you have to allow yourself to change. In order to get from burnout and a nervous breakdown into an award-winning writer, filmmaker, speaker, and coach, I had to endure some pain because I had to change. And it was the change that set me through. Stress never leaves. It just changes form. Next slide. So let's try a little experiment. I want you to pick 5 things that you can do tomorrow. Write them down, say them out loud, and make that a priority. You'll be surprised, amazed, and thoroughly grateful to find out how easy getting those things done will be. Because you've said the magic words. You've said it out loud 3 times. You've made it, put it down on paper. You've brought it into the real world. You know, that's the difference between a desire and a goal, is because a desire never makes it to the real world. You have to make it a goal, and you have to put it down on paper. That makes it real. You've made it physical. So in doing that, you will be able to accomplish it much easier, much more efficiently, and much more effectively. And that way, you can use it as jet fuel for growth. Imagine what your life would look like if every challenge was a cue to rise higher. If every stressful moment reminded you that you're expanding, not failing. Okay, next slide. This seems a little too simple, but it's absolute truth. You don't have to work harder. You just have to work wiser. When you master stress, you unlock energy, purpose, and success. Make a plan, have a strategy, and don't quit. Next slide. I want to tell you about a course that I videoed, and it's an evergreen course. You can just go online and take it, and it's called the Billionaire Reset. And what I do is there's 6 modules that show you how to turn ordinary life into extraordinary life. And if you take a screenshot of the screen there, the Q code will take you to the registration page, and you can find out a lot more about how you can turn stress into success. Baron, are there any questions?
First of all, that was pretty fantastic. I got a lot of notes for myself in that. So you've given us the things that we can do to relieve stress, and some of these things that I've known, some of these things I didn't know. So I want to thank you for that. But I'm going to ask everyone out there, if you have any questions, I'm going to open up the comments. If you have any questions you'd like me to ask about dealing with stress, or even moving further as you deal with stress. I'll tell you what. Let me ask you this: as people, what if a person doesn't really identify their stressors? It's become like so habitual now that it's just like that's just who they feel like that's just who they are. How can they kind of identify that? How would that show up in their life when they're stressed out?
Well, you could probably take a blood pressure test, or, the thing that I've always found, the thing about those physical hacks that you can do to get out of warrior mode into guru mode, they work automatically. It's not something that you have to agree with. It's not something that you have to believe. They just work because it acts on your nervous system, and your nervous system just automatically calms down. It's really phenomenal, and it's really worked with PTSD victims. When they have panic attacks, they can do these things, and it instantly calms them down. The thing is how conscious are you of your emotions?
Okay.
Because a lot of people can't tell the difference between, say, anger and guilt. They can't tell the difference between shame and regret. They can't tell the difference between panic and just ordinary self-doubt.
Okay.
All these things, the human body we have about 300 emotions that we can experience. And one of the things that can complicate things is whether or not you've been traumatized at some point in your life, because that affects your amygdala and your hippocampus. And those 2 parts of your brain regulate emotions and memory. So a lot of times we get upset about things because we think of a memory that was unpleasant, and we go into warrior mode.
Got it.
But the problem is that we're not remembering the event accurately, because the amygdala and the hippocampus are the seat of memory, and they're also the seat of emotion. So if you are witnessing something, for an example, if you are living through a situation and you're happy, you're going to remember that event a lot differently than if you're angry. And so the unpleasant memories are the ones that have negative emotions tied to them. And so if you can remember the memory and do these exercises, the cold water, the rubbing your forearms, the breathing, the singing, if you can exercise doing the hacks with the bad memory, the emotions will go away.
Yeah.
Because it will shut down the bad emotion, and you'll be able to remember it much more objectively. And eventually you'll be able to remember it, and you won't be triggered by it at all. It's an amazing way to master your emotions. Another way to do it is actually it's called self-reflection. It's called self-awakening. And you just write down the emotions that you feel at any given time. You could be happy, you could be sad, you could be angry, you could feel guilty, you can be ashamed. All of those things are simply ways we have learned to survive. And unfortunately, parenting has become such a tough thing to do, a complicated thing to do. And parents can make it much more complicated than it needs to be. Because the only thing you need to do for children is to support their dreams. You don't have to buy them tennis shoes. You don't have to buy them smartphones. You don't have to buy them the latest Gucci. Just support their dreams. And if you're not out buying them all of these creature comforts, you'll have a lot more money to support their dreams. And the thing is that you never know where their dreams will lead them.
Wow.
I never wanted to be a lawyer. That was probably one of the sources of stress, is that I hate arguing with people. But when you get paid to do it, sometimes it gets a little complicated. And what I wanted to do was actually be a counselor. And ironically, that's where I ended up. And because I started supporting my dreams and I started following my passions and started investigating, started researching, started studying with people. I lived with some gurus.
Yeah.
And that's why I know so much about the guru mode, because it is, when you see it modeled for you, it's a lot easier to understand. But if you've come from an abusive childhood, as I have, it takes a lot of self-reflection and a lot of research to understand exactly what was going on. And I know why I burned out. I burned out because my body was saying, you've had enough of this. And I was really stubborn. I could endure more pain than most human beings can stand. I've had 5 near-death experiences. I fell off a building. I've been punched in the face. I've done and had surgery. I mean, it's kind of gets monotonous after a while. But the point is that I can take a lot of pain. And you will continue to struggle. You will continue to suffer until your brain says, I've had enough. And it just turns off. That's what a nervous breakdown is. That's what burnout is. That's why you get so exhausted when you're burning out. It's because your body is telling you, you need to change. And so, and to stop the stress is simply a matter of doing these techniques that turn your warrior off and turn on your guru, so that, and it completely changes the chemical makeup of your brain and your body. And so it's a chemistry experiment to some extent. But if you want to relieve the stress, get rid of the cortisol and the adrenaline in your body. And that means don't go to every fight you've been invited to. That means don't have to be right all the time. I mean, I used to tell every client that came into my office, would you rather be right or would you rather be happy? And those were normally domestic divorce clients. And luckily for my pocketbook, most of them wanted to be right. But the thing is that being right is very expensive and it's very stressful. And so you just have to learn how to regulate your emotions and regulate and do the things that you have to do to calm down. The longer you can calm down, your brain will rewire itself. It's called neuroplasticity. It will rewire itself to where being relaxed and being calm is normal.
Yeah.
And so when you're triggered and you're angry and you're in fight or flight, you'll recognize as that being unnormal or abnormal, and you will know, oh, I'd better do something about this.
I love it.
But I know a lot of CEOs that when I teach them all of this stuff, they become completely different people, and they do it because they're not fighting all the time.
Yeah,
they've changed their minds about people. They've changed their minds about being right. They've changed their mind to be more focused on finding solutions than finding the problem. And that's one of the big things about the Billionaire Reset is that billionaires know they don't get upset.
Mm-hmm.
They hire a consultant. And, and that's how we can rise above all the arguments and the minutia that will completely trigger us and will make us a nervous wreck. But if when we focus on the positive and we focus on the possibilities and we focus on the fact that stress is our friend, I mean, sometimes it will give you that little pump of adrenaline that you need to get into action.
Mm-hmm.
But don't stay there very long. The longer you stay with that adrenaline pumping, you remember you could get addicted to it. And so calm down. And you can, that's why I say to myself about every 10 minutes, something wonderful is going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when I get an email that would normally send me out the front door screaming. I can sit there and say something wonderful is going to happen. And the more I say that to myself, the more I start to believe it, because the brain believes what you tell it.
Yep.
And so when you tell it good things, it will start looking for those good things, and you will start finding those good things.
Right. I love it. I love it. It's so much in this conversation. How many of you all really just said had to have a moment when Baron talked about supporting your children's dreams? You don't have to buy them all the stuff. Simply, they don't play with it anyway. None of us ever did. We very seldom touch it. But I always say when a child is doing something outside, or maybe they're playing basketball or whatever they're doing, they look over, they see a parent, and they see a parent over there or someone that they respect and they honor and love and look up to, and they see that approving look on their face, being present, they just go harder. They just go at it. And we've overcomplicated everything, transforming ourselves into conforming ourselves into the ways of the world, of what we think makes us a good parent, make us not a good parent. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Wow. That was really good, sir. You got a lot of comments here. And the comments I'm seeing here, I've not seen in any other person we had here. So we gotta have you back. Baroness Kara and I started a new podcast in about a week or so. As I would like to schedule you to be upon that. Man, this information is powerful. Tell them about your books. Where can they go get those books?
Most of them are on Amazon. I always laugh. My first book was How Big Is Your Butt? And it's spelled B-U-T. And it's all about how we get in our own way. Mm-hmm. And so the next one is What is Love? Because most people really don't know what the emotion love is. Okay. They confuse it with lust, or they confuse it with control, or they confuse it with codependency. And so I set out and I explained what love truly is. And love is something that you give, you don't receive.
Yeah.
Because love, if you love yourself, you don't need anybody else to love you.
I love it.
And so if you want to feel love, give it to somebody else.
Yeah.
If you expect somebody, if you're codependent and you need somebody to love you, then you're basically trying to fill a bucket that doesn't have a bottom to it. Right. And so love is basically one of those emotions that is very close to safety. Mm-hmm. when we were swimming around in primordial pools and we had an emotion of feeling safe, that evolved into our concept of love. Because when you think about it, when you're with somebody that you feel safe with, what do you say? I love that person.
Yeah.
And it's interesting to me, at least from a scientific standpoint, to acknowledge the fact that people who don't make us feel safe, we don't love. Because if you're afraid of somebody, I guarantee you, subconsciously, you are not in love with them. It's impossible.
Wow.
So people who are suffering through a marriage, just admit the fact you don't love that person. You may need them. You may love the circumstances, but in order to feel love, you have to feel safe.
Yeah.
And so you have to do whatever it takes to feel safe.
Wow.
And but then I've written a number of books, which are award-winning, about this whole stress thing. Because, going through it myself, I have a huge passion for helping people learn how to deal with it.
Yeah.
Because if you don't deal with it, it will deal with you.
Deal with you.
So,
yeah.
So it's just go on Amazon under James Gray Robinson, and my website is simple enough, jamesgrayrobinson.com. And you can buy all the books there too as well.
Perfect. Well, all this will be sent on the thank you email at the end of today and next week as well. Baron James Gray Robinson, thank you so much. It's been enlightening, empowering. I'm just giddy over here, man. Thank you so much for being here. I can't wait till let's do this again.
Well, I can't wait either. I'd love to come back and share more little known and useless facts.
Well, fantastic. Well, when we cut off today, just don't disconnect, because we need this to download so everyone can get the replay as well. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Baron James Gray Robinson, absolutely incredible. Thank you so much, sir. We're going to take a short commercial break. We're going to come back with another gentleman who's going to talk about some technology that I really, really was highly impressed with. We'll be back right on the other side of this commercial. Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Baron, I appreciate you, brother.
Thank you, Baron. You are amazing.
Thank you, brother.
Welcome to Limitless TV. We showcase a dynamic mix of thought-provoking.
Be careful about putting people on pedestal, because the moment you do, you give them permission to look down on you.
Impactful.
So what inspired you to pick up the wallet and give it to Renee?
And empowering content.
Nobody ever loved me.
Covering personal development.
The word relationship capital is the secret sauce for making it all work.
Wealth building.
All marketing is about consistency.
It's all about
and educational shows designed to elevate and inspire.
Now that you've seen me actually build it, now that you've actually seen it make margarita.
Join our growing community at limitlesstv.net and start your journey to a limitless life. Watch now on Roku, Amazon TV, Android TV, and Apple TV.
Now streaming on limitlesstv.net.
And we're back. And don't forget, Limitless TV, we're going to have some major announcements taking place the first part of the year, actually in January, and then again in March at our incredible biohacking wellness event on March 7th and 8th here in Chicago, Illinois. Details soon to come, because I'm going to make an announcement at the end of this on how you can be a part of that and what's going to happen there. Oh, it's going to be a lot of massages, and it's going to be some vibe tables and some infrared. You're going to have a lot of experience. You're going to learn a lot, not just about healing in your body, but your emotional wellness as well. And really to be in alignment, be in agreement. So all your dreams and goals, as you're in alignment, they will begin to manifest and show up in your life. Well, our next speaker, Mr. Aaron Gonzalez, he's a dynamic digital marketing leader and innovator. He's widely recognized for his forward-thinking approach to connecting technology, branding, and business growth. He is the CEO and Chief Marketing Officer of Marketing. How you Obdia? Abdia. He'll tell me how to say it in a minute. I'm trying to read and squint my eyes. He's been there since 2020 when he started this company, and Aaron has been at the forefront of digital transformation, driving the success of the company's groundbreaking digital smart card solution, a platform revolutionizing how professionals connect, share, and grow their networks in the digital era. Now, before I even go, I'll just need to say this. I met this young man as we were expanding our network going into the sporting arena, and this gentleman was so connected. He brought us some incredible opportunities to go and be able to broadcast sports on our platform that we're exploring. He actually flew into Chicago to meet with me personally, and beyond all of the things that I can read about him or say about him in his professional life, this is a wonderful, wonderful human being, great young man that I wish nothing but the best for. I would support him in everything that he does because he is all that, and as they say, a bag of chips. Aaron Gonzalez, how you doing, sir? I can't hear you. You got to unmute. There we go.
You can hear me better if I come off of mute.
There you go. Outstanding. Hi, how you feel, sir?
I'm blessed. Thank you for asking. I'm just truly blessed.
Well, thank you for dressing up on a Saturday afternoon for us. I'm going to turn it over to you. And what's the name of the company again?
I heard you stumble on it. It's Marketing Opedia.
Opedia, that's the way
like
it's spelled.
Just like encyclopedia.
Okay. Got it.
Marketing Opedia, because my wife says you like the encyclopedia of marketing. You should call your company Marketing Opedia. That's how we got.
Just like me, you have a brilliant wife, man. Bless you, brother. Look, I'm gonna turn it over to you and kind of share with everybody what you have, and I really thank you for being here. And I'll turn you over to the audience.
All right. Okay. Oh, look at that. And my PowerPoint is up there too, man. Dr. Denley, you are off the hook and off the chain. So I appreciate you so much. Well, thank you very much for inviting me here to share what I stumbled across in 1999 prior to COVID. Because as we all know, when COVID hit, it shut down a lot of us independent business people and corporate America as well. Because we lost the opportunity to say, hey, I'll meet you at Starbucks, or hey, come to my office, let's have a meeting. We totally lost that. And we had to learn how to do things in a digital environment. You guys remember where we got all into these little square boxes, kind of like we are today, right? We got into them and we networked and did different things through that. So when I saw this, it just made sense to get ready to prepare, because that really that experience with COVID sped up that entire process. So Marketing Opedia, we really took the fact that we're still going to talk to people, we're still going to meet people, we're still going to prospect, because we're always looking to expand our horizon. We're always looking to fill our pipeline, right, with new business opportunities. So if you're doing it, you should always get to the point where that new prospect you just met today says, that sounds interesting. Do you have a card? Or, is there a website? Do you have a flyer? So you want to hand them something. And for years, traditionally, we've handed a paper business card. Well, now in this digital era, we now have the ability to digitize, connect, and transact with everything in one place. So that's what we're going to get into today. So the origins, like I said before, is historically has been a paper business card. Now you have the opportunity to transform it digitally, and we call it the digital smart card, because it not only has the opportunity to tell who you are, what you do, but also how you do it, and it speaks, right? And that's what you want this new season of marketing. You want to have something that speaks your message out, all right? So we're going to get into some of the benefits of a microsite, a digital smart card, and then we're going to talk about how it's set up, the solution. First of all, you want it to have the ability to leverage the NFC. So it has to have that technology where you can tap another phone and it's into their phone if you're an Apple phone, right? Or Android now has some ability to do that as well. You want to leverage the QR code integration. Has to be able to do that seamlessly, where somebody can just scan the QR code and it pops up into their phone. You want your data to be encrypted. You want it to be secure, because you're going to be doing business. Your logo is on it. Your name is on it. Your email, if you got salespeople, their information is on it. So you needed to be secure. All right. And you wanted to have a mobile device integrity. You wanted to speak first through mobile. Ladies and gentlemen, according to Consumer Affairs reports last year, 98% of Americans have a smartphone, and they're in that smartphone 5 hours every day. They're scrolling 141 times every day on average. Now, me personally, I skewed that number big because I know I'm on my phone way more than 5 hours a day, and I'm definitely scrolling, surpassing that 141. But you need your marketing strategy to speak that. You need it to be a mobile first strategy, because with that amount of people on their phones, you do not want to lose out on the opportunity to communicate them your messaging. All right. And we'll get into a little bit of that later on in the presentation. And then a digital smart card gives you a point of differentiation. It makes you different, right, than everybody else that's on the market. Now, the Microsoft solution, it features awesome features, right? You have instant contact sharing, instant. So I meet you, we talk, you ask for my card, I pull it out, and you can either scan it, I can text it to you, or I can tap it, depending on the mood you're in, how you want to do it. A lot of people are scanning QR codes because what happened in COVID, right? Because of COVID, the QR code came out again. QR codes have been around forever. It's just if we weren't using them. Now when COVID hits, it's like everybody is used to scanning QR codes. Ours takes them right into your digital business card. You want to be multimedia integration, so it has to be supported with all multimedia. You want to be able to have images, video, links to more information, and you want them to be able to share instantly. You want to be able to have it to where it does real-time updates. See, our technology that we found is connected directly to your website. Your website is your information base. That is your portal for information. It's not necessarily your portal for selling. It's your portal for information. People are on websites, and if they don't find what they want within 5 seconds, they're back to Google. So that's not selling. Your digital smart card gives them access to information that they're looking for that's on your website. We call it a direct link. So when they click that button, it goes to that link of your website, and it gives them the information that they're looking for so they can make a transactional decision. They can either decision to book an appointment with you or a decision to make a purchase right then and there. Whereas the website, they got to go to it. They got to go through the tabs to try to find the information before they can make a buying decision. So you want it to be able to set up like that for you. Then the analytics are super important. You want to be able to see what's working and what's not. See, as a small business owner, I'm kind of like a speedboat. I can get in and make changes instantly if I know through statistics, through data, it's not working. I can change the flyer. I can change the words. I can change the video. I can change it instantly because I'm a small business owner. Whereas a large corporation, say like a McDonald's franchise, they have to go a little slower in their changes because they're a worldwide franchise. Perfect example, when Starbucks came out with coffee, they controlled that market for 14 years. They were leading the industry. There was no other real competition. McDonald's wanted to do that. It took them that long just to put it on the menu. It took them years because they can't just change stuff instantly. They're a big corporation. So if you're a small to medium-sized business owner, this type of technology would be perfect for you because it gives you the analytics behind the marketing so you can make adjustments quickly. And then it must be set up for a one-man shop, small mom and pop shop, up to a company that's a Fortune 500 company. And we can do that here at Marketingopedia. The business benefit of adopting a microsite business card is one, the cost savings. You're reducing printing and material costs. I can put your flyers right on your digital card so you won't have to print a bunch of flyers. Dr. Dentley just talked about an event that's coming up. Well, with a digital smart card, instead of printing up thousands and thousands of flyers to stuff in everybody's bag, we can allow them to know to scan a QR code, and that information is going to be instantly in your phone because we can put PDFs in the phone. We can put web lights in the phone. So web links. So it saves and reduces printing, and it connects immediately to your website. So it speaks mobile first, and that's what you want is a mobile first strategy. The environmental sustainability is definitely there with what we have, because we're lowering your environmental footprint by reducing the waste of paper. And we're growing your digital footprint because every time your card is clicked, it's connected directly to you and your company's website. So now your digital footprint is expanding because the more clicks you have on the card leading to your website, your social media, that grows your digital footprint. It enhances your branding because every time someone opens up your card, the first thing they see, as you see in the sample here, is your logo. We spent a lot of money and idea and research on our logo. Most companies do. So we know that people are traditionally taught to read from top to bottom, left to right. So we established the card to communicate to them top to bottom, left to right. We want people to see our logo, see your name, your title, how to connect with you, and how to call you. That's the first thing you do, because if you met them and you had a positive impression on them, they're going to want to call you. So give them that information. Don't make them go to your link tree or any of these other LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram. Those are all great because they support each other, and we put them all on one platform, but we want to give them what they want right away. And that's what we do with the Marketopedia Digital Smart Card. Future trends that we're looking to enhance this with, because it's technology. With AI, we have the ability to expand it, like crazy expanded, right? It's built on a platform made for expansion. All AI is, all websites are created to be expanded. So blockchain and security, for security, we're working 2026 to incorporate that. So if you're selling a book, if you're selling a CD, you're a musical artist, you're selling a movie, tickets to an event, we want to be able to have a paywall on there that's secure through blockchain, where somebody can go to the card, look at the information, and buy it right from that card. They can make it transactional, and it keeps it totally secure. We want to also augment reality networks. So with all this stuff that's going on visually, we want to be able to connect that. And we have code writers that are working feverishly just to keep us ahead of the game on this technology, because as the technology comes, you can either use it and enjoy it, or you can sit back and watch it and wonder why you're not using it and helping your business expand. So this is pretty much to the conclusion of what I have, because I wanted to stay focused on digital marketing and why it's important that you have a digital marketing platform in your marketing strategy. The mobile first strategy is vitally important, again, because of the amount of people that are in their mobile phones on a regular basis. And let me tell you this, a lot of digital companies, marketing companies, they put out there great tools, but a mobile first strategy is just not your converting your website to where it's accessible via telephone, right? Where you just make it bigger and streamline it where people can read it. That is not the only piece. That is one small piece in a mobile first strategy. Mobile first strategy also has to include eye-catching things to get them to do an action, right? They have to have something where people can act upon, because unlike a tablet, a phone, a website, the phone does not have a mouse that you move around, right? You're just scrolling up and down looking at stuff. So the subconscious mind, the eye doesn't see a connectable link. So it has to tell that person, click here to get more information. It has to give them something to do that will start an action. It can't just be taking your website and converting it. It also has to work with colors, with words, because again, it has to talk to them and be congruent with your marketing efforts on your social media, with your marketing strategies on your website, with your marketing strategies on your YouTube. Those strategies have to be congruent together. What we're seeing is a lot of companies have fragments of information all over the place, and therefore you're confusing your market. You're confusing your prospective customers. We figured the ability on how to pull it all together in one streamlined area where people can access all those fragmented pieces of information, but it drives them right back to your ecosystem where they can see wherever they want. And it'll also help you to develop more individuals looking at your other sources of marketing, your other, sources of social media marketing, and so forth. So that's pretty much my presentation. I told you I was going to keep it short and sweet, very impactful from the digital standpoint. But we feel that we have the best tool out there, but I'm available to strategize and communicate with you on whatever it is you're using, because that's what we're all about. Marketingopedia, we offer the opportunity for you to get known in your phone. So, Dr. Denley, that's all I have, unless anybody have or you have any other questions.
Well, your contact information is going across the bottom of the screen, but you can tell them again verbally how to reach out to you. And you do have a 30-minute consultation. And I really like it. Before you give them that information, but also how would one use this and the advantages if they want to build community?
Oh, that's perfect. We've been doing this for 5 years, and that was the whole goal, because we noticed that everyone, and probably everyone watching this, has either Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Trend, some type of social media, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have all of those, and you spend a lot of money and time putting information on them because you're trying to build community. Well, what you're doing is you're building community for that one entity, because there's people that do Facebook but don't do Instagram, but don't do TikTok. So if you're communicating the messages in each one of those social media platforms. The visual has to be a certain size. The video has to be a certain size. So now you're doing more work to try to put your stuff on each one of those, and you create incongruency, right?
Mm-hmm.
This gives you one place where everything is. So it brings your community together to one place. So on all those other social media platforms, all you have to do is promote what you're going to promote. And then your tag is see me at aaroncard.com for more information. So now I'm driving people to look here, see who I am, but go here to follow what I'm doing. And they go to Aaron Card and they can see all the social media points there. So they can click whichever one they prefer, and it takes them right to me. So therefore, I'm pulling all that ecosystem together on a platform that I control, because you don't control any of the others.
Fantastic. So tell them again the best way to contact you.
Best way to contact me is what's on the screen, aaroncard.com. You go to aaroncard.com and everything is there. Phone number, email, LinkedIn, whatever social media platform you're doing. And the most important is to book that appointment so I can give you your free 30-minute consultation.
Fantastic. Well, Aaron, thank you so much, man. I want to have you back. When you come off, don't get out of the system right away. Just wait about 10 minutes, and so it can download, so we can record properly. We'll make sure everyone gets the recording. We're also streaming on LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram today as well. So, man, thank you so much for being here, brother. And I look forward to talking to you sometime in the next couple of days.
Yeah, let's do it. I'm excited and ready, and got some updates for you too. So let's do it.
Oh, I love it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Aaron. Thank you so much again, sir. And I will catch you in about a day or so.
Perfect.
All right. Look, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a fantastic day. One of our speakers could not make it today, so next week he'll actually be on there as well. I want to talk to you about a few things, and then we'll get out a little early today. And I do want to give you some updates about what's some of the things taking place. Now, I did mention we do have limitlesstv.net. We have a special treat and surprise for everyone. We'll announce that next week, and you'll have access to that surprise on next week when we close. So please come in next week and hang around. Please go in and register. Use the code 10X. Matter of fact, we'll register you anyway, but register for us so we have a great count of who's actually going to be in, and we can kind of go from there, and we get some special prizes and put you in some special who who knows, maybe a raffle or two, and we do some cool stuff. So that's going to be 10X Part 2, 10X Impact next Saturday. Another lineup of some incredible speakers. I do want to thank Ramona Rogers-Smith for coming in and sharing her wisdom. Michael Matthews, he done some great things with We Create Books. My wife, Baroness Dr. Kara Scott Dentley, and of course, the Baron himself, Gray Robinson, incredible and great information there. And then with Aaron Gonzalez as well. And hopefully you enjoyed some of the things I shared with you. Just to give you some updates, we'd have a series of executive luncheons in Chicago. And when I'm traveling, I'll be promoting them in other places as well. These are business collaborative luncheons where everyone gets a chance to share and network and see how we can help each other. When a person applies for the luncheon, we actually screen them. We actually have to go through a little interview, first of all, so to make sure it's a good fit for the group that is there. So we'll keep you posted on those things as well. We have a mastermind cruise to Alaska, and it's our cruise. We have 5 cabins remaining. So you can look at the ticker at the bottom of the screen and get that information. 7 days in Alaska. You're going to get a lot of great gifts for being there. There's going to be a directory there, so everyone will have your information. A lot of free gifts to be given out in that directory, and you can actually offer a gift to someone else, help build out your database, but also the gift to the group. We're asking everyone to have something they can give to the group, so you can walk out of there with 25, 50 brand new things that you can use in your marketing, and also to help build your community as well. I'm going to task the individuals on that boat and put you in very specific groups, and I'm going to task you to go raise money for a business or a nonprofit that you create on boat. Since it's not Caribbean, it won't be international calls, so everybody can still use their phone and we can blow it up. I want to teach you how to become real creative, and I want to spur that on and really put people in a position they can win. But you're going to have a lot of fun. We're going to have a lot of fun together. We will have 2 business sessions. There'll be like 3 hours, 3.5 hours. Everyone will get a chance to share and speak. And then we do have some keynotes that'll be there as well. Again, amazing gifts for you from the time you get there. We're going to have a pre-event in Seattle, Washington on that Sunday before we depart, a networking event that Sunday evening, so everybody gets a chance to know one another. We're going to have an on-board get-together party, so to speak, once we get on board, and then 2 other sessions as well. And there's a lot more. What's after that? Everything, man. Everything's going to be there. So excited about that. If you're interested in going, we do have 5 cabins left. Reach out to me at jd@jd3media.com, jd@jd3media.com, or you have the website right there going across the screen. On March 7th and 8th, we're going to have our Biohacking Wellness Conference in Chicago. Massages, stretching, physical trainers. How do you eat better? How do you juice properly? These are things you're going to experience. It's going to be a lineup of so many people there, stuff for your skin, stuff for inside your body and out, man. It's just going to be incredible. The vendors we're going to have, the sponsors we're going to have, the speakers we're going to have, the spotlights, the panels, the raffles and the gifts and the challenges we're going to give people there is going to be pretty impactful. You're going to learn a lot. But when you talk about hacking, that whole word hack really is by using technology and innovative means to speed up whatever it is you're doing, to make your marketing and branding more impactful. But when it comes to health, there's so many technologies out available today. And that does bring me to a company called LifeWave that I really love, man. This company is absolutely incredible because I did not know that when we're born with millions and millions of stem cells. I mean, let's face it, when you're created from the embryo, stem cells is what create the embryo. Okay, you're born with it grows every part of our body. It repairs every part of our body. However, by the time we're 30 years of age, 50% of them are dormant. They go to sleep. And that's why at 30, you're not running around like you did at 17, right? But by the age 60, 90% are dormant. And we start to feel the effect of aging as we go through that process. Well, David Smith created a proprietary patch in LifeWave. We're part of that family. And it actually wakes up your own personal dormant stem cells. I did not believe that. Sounds too good to be true. I didn't know if it was a placebo effect, what it was. But it took me 2.5 years to take a serious look at this company because all my friends and people I had really close to were there 2 years ago. And They sent me some, and I never even opened up the package. And even though I'd had some surgeries on my hip and on my knee, and I have a pinched nerve in my back and had this discomfort, I didn't even try it, man. I was trying everything else with that. Matter of fact, I was on ibuprofen, 800 milligram twice a day, and I was going to chiropractor 2, sometimes 3 days a week. Seriously. And when I finally went to pay my respects for a dear friend of mine in Atlanta and saw all of my great friends that I started in the industry with, I decided to let's give it a shot, you know. So I decided to get involved because of who was involved. I knew how they play, and they play big. We make money together. All of us have made millions of dollars. So I got involved, and then I said, well, let me try this daggone thing out. And I put this patch on, this stem cell patch. There's no medication in it whatsoever. It doesn't interfere with anything. And within a day and a half, the pain had went away, and it subsided. I began to give it to my sister who had sciatica. The next day, it was gone. I began to give it to great friends of mine, Jesse White, our Secretary of State, former Secretary of State of Illinois. In 20 minutes, pain was gone. I've got a friend of mine, stage 5 kidney failure, and blood now was 50% better, but his pain was gone. He couldn't even dress himself. He was only 38 years of age. It goes on and on and on. But still, I went to a chiropractor because I was working out every day and putting a little stress on it, but working out. And I was starting to get some soreness in my hip, and it would cause me to walk. Like my hip was a little weaker, and I couldn't keep the strength in my back. So I go to check it out, and they told me I had some arthritis in there. Okay, all right, we got to deal with that. But then I discovered they had another patch called Ice Wave. And I saw this commercial, and I was watching the gentleman use it. I want to play it next week. And the lady who was interviewing him, her pain went away like instantly. I said, okay, let's see. I put that patch on my hip. That pain was gone in 5 seconds. And I just want to share with as many people as we possibly can. As you all know me, being involved in other companies in health and wellness for many, many years. Incredible products. They did work for everyone who used them. I've been in the industry for over 32 years, so I understand what these things are. I used to own a company in the industry, and we've helped a lot of people. So I really want to get that out to as many people as you can. So if you know somebody who's suffering with some pain, or they're suffering with some other issue, blood pressure, neuropathy, even a child who's autistic, want to talk to you about it, get you some information. So you can simply go into, you can email me directly at jd@jd3media.com, jd@jd3media.com. And I can follow up and get some information and take a look at it, man. It's pretty incredible and crazy, but that's what biohacking is all about. And that's what it's all about. So we talk about wellness, how you detox, how you can use medicinal mushrooms, not the psychedelics. They use them, but they're not my thing. But, you know, different things that are available out there, plant-based vitamins, things out there that promote healing in our body, because it's not about anti-aging, well, it always is, but it's also now about age reversing. And with technology and advancements in it, we want to bring that out to as many people as we possibly can. So we'll have 2 conferences this year. If you want to get more details about it, let me know. If you're in that space and want to apply to become a vendor, we'll let you know as well. As a matter of fact, for that event, I believe we do have a banner that will pop up on the screen. And let me see if I can find it down here. Yep. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, there you go. It's already there, and you can go right now. Now, the actual page will be up pretty soon with our website within the next week and a half. But for right now, you can go to Limitless Health 2026.eventbrite.com. Tell your friends about it. Look, we have a early bird Black Friday, and the early bird Black Friday starts right now. You're first. So after Cyber Monday, it's over with, and then the price goes back up to the normal price. And it's going to be pretty exciting. So you're going to get a major discount, about $50-$60 off now to attend that. If you want to become a VIP there, you definitely want to go VIP. We're only going to have 50 VIP tickets that will go out. And each VIP ticket, you can bring a guest to that as well. So there's going to be a lot of benefits there, a lot of value there, a lot of networking there as well. So whether you want to be a vendor or sponsor, or you want to attend, you want to do that, we're going to be going out to different cities near you after 2026 as well. So those are just some of the things that we're doing. If I'm forgetting anything, if you're interested in becoming a speaker, or you're already a speaker and you want to sharpen up your skill set, we have an online course as well. So we're going to give you that ticker as well, so you can go to online course. But if you want to interested in learning more about our action camp, 4-day live and 3-day virtual, and then a year follow-up in a community, that website is on the screen as we speak. And on top of the screen, we have our online course as well. So you can go and investigate that, see what we're doing. The online course is loaded with goodies. So if you're a self-starter, that would be a perfect course for you. If you're already a speaker, you want to sharpen it up. Everything that I know and more is being added to it as I continue to grow and learn, because I've been training speakers now and communicators for over 31 years now. So that's going to be pretty cool. So I talked about the event. I talked about the cruise, talked about the speaker count, talked a little bit about the luncheon, the TV networks, and new stuff is going to be announced next week. Lifeways, well, I've given you a lot of stuff. So I'm going to leave it there. And I'll just share with you, like, next week at the same time, starting at 10 a.m. Central Standard Time, we're going to be right back here with a new lineup of speakers. So I'm going to play a short video, and then I'm going to bid you good day. You guys have an amazing weekend. Thank you for showing up and showing out. Tell your friends about it. And let's pop back in next week. And I look forward to seeing you all on the beaches of the world. Live your best life now and build your future from the future.
How did you enjoy the speakers today, Little J?
I love them all, almost as much as I love candy. Hey, Big James, how much money did we make from this event?
Little James, it's not about the money. We didn't make anything. Business Accelerator is about helping people grow their business so they can take it to the next level.
Well, you better next level my weekly allowance. Little James has big plans to redecorate our office. I've got 2 words for you: Circus Playhouse.
Right now, wherever you are listening to this CD, I want you to repeat these words. Repeat them with power and confidence, with every fiber of your being just believing in the words that you speak. Say the words, I am a winner. I am a winner. Say, I can make it. I can make it. Say, there is greatness in me. Greatness in me. And say, I am amazing just the way I am. I am amazing just the way I am. Say it again. Say it again. I am a winner. I am a winner. I can make it. I can make it. There is greatness in me. There is greatness in me. Greatness in me. And I am amazing just the way I am. I'm amazing. I'm amazing just the way I am. One of my favorite songs in the world is a song by Bruno Mars. It's called Amazing. The words say, when I see your face, there's not a thing that I would change, because you're amazing just the way you are. Just the way you are. You're amazing. Second verse, it says, every time you smile, the whole world stops and stares for a while, because you're amazing just the way you are. You're amazing. You're amazing. Yes, you are amazing. You are a masterpiece. You are one of a kind. There's none other like you. You're not only a masterpiece, there's greatness in you, because you are a piece of the master.
I am called Habit. I am called Habit. Habit is my name. I am called Habit. It has been said that everything begins with the way that you choose to think. Your thinking will impact your words. Frequent used words will impact your actions. Continuous actions, they'll develop your habits. I am called Habit. Who am I? The poet said, who am I? I am your constant companion. Called Habit. I'm your greatest helper, and I'm your heaviest burden. I can lift you upward, or I can drag you down to failure. If you teach me to do a thing repeatedly, I'll be sure to do it automatically. I am easily managed, but you must be firm. You must be firm. I am called Habit. Habit. Habit is my name. Those are great. I have made great Those who are failures, I have made failures. I am called habit. I am not a machine, not a machine. I am not a machine, yet I operate with the precision of a machine, yet the intelligence of a human being. I am called habit. Habit is my name. Habit. Teach me and train me. If you teach me and train me, I will lay the work at your feet, because you're easy with me. I promise. I will destroy you. I will destroy you. Run me for profit. You can run me for profit, or you can run me for ruin. It makes no difference to me. Who am I? I am called habit. Habit is my name. You show me how a person will think, and I will show you how they will respond and act. Who am I? I am called habit. Who am I? I am called habit. You can create your new reality. In life, nobody hits rock bottom. You only hit rock foundation. So with that premise, let's build a solid foundation. Something we can build upon, stand upon, live upon. Remember, as you build that foundation, then your falls will be shorter and have less impact. Whether we win or whether we lose, it is the continuum of doing things over and over and over that dictates whether we win or whether we lose in this game called life. The only life any of us are ever going to have. I am called habit. Habit is my name. Your habits will define your character, and your character will equal your destiny.
Right now, wherever you are listening to this CD, I want you to repeat these words. Repeat them with power and confidence, and with every fiber of your being just believing in the words that you speak. Say the words, I am a winner. I am a winner. Say, I can make it. I can make it. Say, there is greatness in me. There is greatness in me. And say, I am amazing just the way I am. I am amazing just the way I am. Say it again. Say it again. I am a winner. I am a winner. I can make it. I can make it. There is greatness in me. There is greatness in me. And I am amazing just the way I am. I am amazing just the way I am.